May we begin, please? सुप्रभात। आवा अध्यक्षा श्रीमती वीना नरावने और समस्त आवा परिवार की ओर से हम हमारी माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महिला एवं बाल विकास मंत्री श्रीमती स्मृति जुबिन ईरानी जी और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट गणमान्य अतिथियों का सहर्ष अभिनंदन व हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। राजनीतिज्ञ, समाज सेविका, अभिनेत्री, उद्यमी और अब एक लेखिका स्मृति जी, आप जैसी बहुमुखी प्रतिभा की उपस्थिति से हमारी ये साहित्यिक सभा बेहद गरिमामय हो उठी है। हम बहुत ही आभारी हैं आपके कि आपने अपने बहुमूल्य समय में से कुछ पल हमारे लिए निकाले। आशा, विश्वास और आस्था के प्रेरणापद सिद्धांतों पर आधारित आवा पिछले 55 वर्षों से अपनी सदस्यों को जागरूक, आत्मनिर्भर और प्रतिभावान बनाने के लिए निरंतर प्रयासरत रही है। हमारी दूरदर्शी अध्यक्षा ने आवा के बढ़ते हुए कार्यक्षेत्र को मद्देनजर रखते हुए जो सपने देखे हैं उसका एक अंश आज इस साहित्यिक उत्सव अभिव्यक्ति के रूप में साकार हो रहा है। किंतु इस साहित्यिक कार्यक्रम के शुभारंभ से पहले हम स्मृति पुष्प भावांजलि अर्पित करना चाहेंगे हमारी पूर्व आवा अध्यक्षा श्रीमती मधुलिका रावत जी को, जो कि जिनके बहुत ही अच्छे, कुशल, प्रभावशाली नेतृत्व में आवा की अनेकों व्यवहारिक, यथार्थवादी और कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को अंजाम दिया गया। आप सभी से हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि श्रीमती मधुलिका रावत जी और उस हादसे में दिवंगत हुई सभी पुण्य आत्माओं को श्रद्धांजलि देते हुए 1 मिनट का मौन धारण करें। कृपया खड़े हो जाएं। एक अनुभूति, एक एहसास, एक आशा, एक विश्वास, एक सोच, एक प्रयास। अभिव्यक्ति एक प्रयास है सैनिक पत्नियों में छिपे लेखक, कवि, कहानीकार, साहित्यकार, पत्रकार, कलाकार को एक आयाम, एक पहचान देने का। अभिव्यक्ति एक पहल है दुनिया को उनकी काबिलियत से रूबरू कराने का, उनका आत्मविश्वास और हौसला बढ़ाने का और हम सबको यह बतलाने का कि अपने सपनों को पंख दीजिए, संभावनाओं का क्षितिज आपके सामने है। और अब हम मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे उन्हें जो कि इस पहल, इस प्रयास, इस सोच की सृजन करता है, प्रेसिडेंट आर्मी वाइफ्स वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन मिसेस वीना नरावने।
Mrs. Smriti on it? Mrs. Smriti Zubin Irani, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Presidents of our sister organizations AWWA and AWWA, Chief of Army Staff General Narawane, Vice Chief General Mohanty, distinguished members of the AWWA fraternity, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very hearty welcome to all of you. We are indeed honored to have all of you with us at this inaugural session of the first ever AWWA Literary Festival, AWWA. The world of books and literature has never been more vibrant as it is now. With the pandemic, we have rediscovered the joys of reading and writing. As a result, literature has spread and flourished. Books are being appreciated the world over, and literature is being celebrated as the true mirror of our lives and culture. A Lit Fest is a wonderful way to appreciate this sublime art form that touches all our lives. AWWA is one such celebration. Friends, over the past few years, the rules of publishing have changed. Earlier, self-publishing was considered an act of vanity. Not any longer. If you have a way with words and a story to tell the world, there are a myriad opportunities waiting for you, from blogging to direct publishing platforms. The publishing houses, too, are now not averse to taking risks with new authors. Our AWWA members have been quick to grasp this change and seize new opportunities. Many have taken to writing in a big way. The idea of having a Lit Fest came to me when books written by our ladies began to arrive at my desk with an alarming frequency. That is when I realized that I'm sitting atop a powerhouse of talent. AWWA is an effort to bring all our AWWA writers onto a platform where they can share and talk about their work and extraordinary journeys, thereby gaining more visibility. This is the place where seasoned and aspiring authors can gain practical insights and advice from each other, as well as from publishing houses, and maybe even make some contacts. Reading and writing is per se a solitary activity. It is not easy to make friends in a library. But what stops us from making new friends at a Lit Fest? This is a gathering of like-minded people interested in the wealth of the written and spoken word. It is an opportunity for all of us readers to rise above the mundane and reconnect to stimulating thoughts, ideas, and stories. There is something for everyone in this festival, from the celebrity authors, journalists, storytellers, and dastangois. There are exhibitions, panel discussions, and workshops for you to choose from. I'm sure that at the end of the 3 days, we will emerge rich and invigorated by this experience. Without further ado, I now hand over again the mic to our MC. But before that, I must thank you, Mrs. Irani, profusely for your presence here, without which we may not have been able to motivate the officers to abandon their morning conferences and attend this inaugural session. So thank you very much. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू सो मच मिसेस नरावने। और हम आपको बताएं कि हमारी अध्यक्षा की दूरगामी सोच के चलते आवा के तहत इसके अलावा भी बहुत सारी अनूठी योजनाओं को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है, खासकर कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में। एंड नाउ to set the mood for this literary festival, I begin with a few lines that capture the essence of a life in the army, that echo the thoughts of a person who has spent a lifetime within the folds of this beautiful organization, the armed forces. ये चंद स्वरचित पंक्तियां जिनमें बीते कल की खुशबू रची बसी हुई है, उन्हें आपकी नजर करती हूं। कि लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है, लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है, अतीत की चकाचौंध से वर्तमान धुंधलाने लगा है। जब कंधों के सितारों की जीवन में चमक थी, जब घर के हर कोने में ब्रासों की महक थी, वो बक्सों के सोफे, वो घास फूस की दीवारें, वो पहाड़ों की गर्मी, वो रेगिस्तानी बहारें, उन बहारों का ख्याल मन बहलाने लगा है। लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है। जब डाइनिंग इन डाइनिंग आउट का था जमाना, वो रात 11 बजे किसी का खाने पे आना, वो जीप, वो जोंगे, वो इठलाती काली गाड़ियां, ऊंचे जूड़े जेवर, इत्र, सिल्क की साड़ियां, महकती यादों का वो मंजर फिर बुलाने लगा है। लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है। वो खटखटाते बूट, कड़कदार सैल्यूट, पीटी परेड और गेरू चूना, अब तो हाफ पैंट, कॉम्बैट, 6B बिन वार्डरोब है सूना। वो मेस में टकराते जाम, वो गूंजते ठहाके, वो तवांग की ईद, वो चेन्नई के पटाके, अतीत के संगीत से एकांत गुनगुनाने लगा है। लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है। जब बेमेल थे बर्तन, 2 कमरों का महल था। जब बेमेल थे बर्तन, 2 कमरों का महल था, अपनों से जुदा होकर दिल होता विहल था। वो टेम्पररी परमानेंट अकोमोडेशंस के किस्से, वो पोस्टिंग्स की कहानी, जब दरबदर घर बदलते बीती जवानी, ठहरी सी जिंदगी को उन भागते पलों का एहसास फिर लुभाने लगा है। लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है। वो जोशे जुनून, वो जज्बा, वो रगों में रवानी, जब पलटन की इज्जत के आगे सब था बेमानी। वो गोलियों की सनसनाहट, वो बारूद के धमाके, वो मौत की सिसकी, वो जीत के ठहाके, यादें जंग से लहू फिर गरमाने लगा है। लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है। लो गुजरा कल फिर याद आने लगा है। Thank you so much. And now, without any further ado, we request our honorable chief guest, Smriti Irani ji, for her gracious presence on the stage, please. She has authored a book, Lal Salam, as we already know. And in conversation with her will be Swati Rai.
Hello. Good morning, President AWWA, Mrs. Veena Naravne, Honorable Minister, and all the lovely ladies and gentlemen present here today. The persona doesn't need any introduction, but we're trying to unravel the lesser known aspect of 22 years of political and social activism, of entrepreneur, producer, actor, and of course, now a writer as well. Congratulations, ma'am. And we're indeed honored and privileged to be in your presence today. At the outset, let me start by asking you, what are your initial thoughts on being present here with us and guiding us, giving us insights to an army wife whose voice has been unheard of as of now, especially as a writer, as a woman, and of course, Union Cabinet Minister of Women and Child Development.
I begin with a note of difference. I don't think army wives are unheard. I think many a times they choose to keep quiet. I also am here present today with a modicum of guilt. While we all stood this morning to pay homage to Madhulika ji, when I saw her on the pyre with General Rawat, as a civilian I thought that we don't spare all of you a thought, and when I say all of you, it's the wives and the children, till such time a tragedy strikes. That you are unacknowledged by us, and for that you have my apology. That we see you only when you step up to take the posthumous honor that is conferred upon your loved ones. That we salute you and shower you with petals when a man in uniform comes back home in a box. And that we do not acknowledge the challenges that has been so beautifully articulated in a poem this morning. That we don't talk about your do kamre ka mahal, though I had one kamre ka mahal. That we don't talk about the challenges that come with frequent postings. We as civilians presume it's a given that you have chosen to be in the armed forces. So today as a civilian, I'm here to say sorry that we do not look at you till such time a challenge comes upon this country. You have not only my apology, but you also have my gratitude on behalf of every Indian, to the ladies of AWWA and all the armed forces. We are grateful for the service your families confer upon us. And we want you to know that you're always in our prayers, because this is a nation that holds your service, your sacrifice in high esteem.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those heart-touching words, and I'm sure all of us have taken inspiration and motivation from your words, ma'am.
I don't think AWWA needs motivation, but thank you for that kindness. I think she's more nervous than I am.
We do require, ma'am, and I believe you me, these words have really touched our hearts. Ma'am, to get on with your writing debut as a fictionalized setting, most writers feel that in a busy career as yours, non-fiction writing with a clear headspace would be easier, which is in the research, I believe, for 3 years now. What did it take you to write a fiction instead of a non-fiction, and with subplots and with very well etched out characters, not the black and white characters that we usually encounter in such a setting? But how did you think of writing a fiction, and how did you carve out that time, ma'am?
I think that in your question is a resonance of many wandering and wondering souls. Firstly, I'm in a constitutional position currently serving. So can I write a non-fiction about operations? I cannot. But I think that the phrase that you used, what made you imbibe a mind space, begets a question. Am I to approve of or acquire a mind space which is possibly distinct from my public demeanor because I'm a woman or because I'm a politician? So there were many questions that were posed before me. Aapne kaise likh di? So I asked, कि आपको आश्चर्य इस बात का है कि महिला ने लिखी, मंत्री ने लिखी या पॉलिटिशियन ने लिखी? दूसरा, आपके लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल का शीर्षक है अभिव्यक्ति. मेरा ये मानना है अभिव्यक्ति का इस्तेमाल किस प्रकार से होता है वो उस व्यक्ति विशेष पे निर्भर करता है. ये किताब उत्पन्न हुई एक टेलीविज़न डिबेट से, जब सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को मारा गया नक्सली हमले में. और उस वक्त जब मैं उस डिबेट का हिस्सा थी तो एक व्यक्ति ने कहा, हाँ वर्दी पहनी है इसका मतलब आपने निर्णय कर लिया कि आपको मरना है, तो इतना भावुक होने की क्या ज़रूरत है. मुझे उस वक्त बहुत गुस्सा आया था और मेरे मन में भाव उत्पन्न हुआ कि अगर उस वर्दी वाले की पत्नी, परिवार इस वक्त उस डिबेट को देख रहे हैं, उन्हें लगेगा कि हम कितने अनग्रेटफुल हैं कि हम ये मान कर चलते हैं कि वर्दी पहनी है इसका मतलब निर्णय ले लिया परिवार ने, उस व्यक्ति ने, कि उसको अपनी ज़िंदगी दांव पर लगानी है. that anger needed some translation. I feel that anger even today. अभिव्यक्ति का इस्तेमाल या तो आप कम्युनिटी को एकजुट करने में कर सकते हैं अथवा नेशनल स्पिरिट को भंग करने का दुस्साहस भी आप कर सकते हैं. सो द टर्म अभिव्यक्ति, आज़ादी, it has a cost, and these men and women bear that cost. And this book was a reflection of that anger, but because I'm in a constitutional position, my anger had to be fictionalized. ये प्रभु की बहुत असीम कृपा है कि जिस कलम से वो गुस्सा अवतरित हुआ पन्नों पर, उन पन्नों में आग नहीं लगी. लेकिन हाँ, ये भी सत्य है कि बुक का शीर्षक, किताब का शीर्षक मैंने तय किया था. थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस था कि ये क्यों कर रहे हैं आप. मैंने कहा या तो आप इस किताब को ऐसे ही लीजिए या मैं इसको विड्रॉ कर लूँगी. इस किताब में कुछ ऐसे भी प्राणी हैं, कैरेक्टर्स हैं, जिनको पढ़ने के बाद एडिटोरियल टीम को लगा नहीं, इसको थोड़ा सा आप बदल दीजिए. बिकॉज आज तक नक्सली हमले, नक्सल वायलेंस, माओइज्म या फिर इस प्रकार के तत्व जो देश के संविधान को चुनौती देते हैं, उनको बहुत रोमांटिसाइज किया जाता है. कहा जाता है जी गरीबी से लाचार होकर कुछ लोगों ने यह निर्णय किया है कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को चैलेंज करेंगे, वो सर्विस पर्सनल को चैलेंज करेंगे. मेरा ये मानना है, मैं स्वयं एक गरीब परिवार से हूँ. मेरे पिताजी आर्मी क्लब जो धौलकवा में है उसके बाहर बैठ के चद्दर पर बस अड्डे पे किताबें बेचा करते थे. मैं फर्श पे उनके साथ बैठा करती थी. मैंने कभी अपने देश के खिलाफ आवाज़ नहीं उठाई, बल्कि वो मंजर मेरे जीवन का मेरे लिए एक प्रेरणा बना. तो ये एक्सक्यूज मेरे गले नहीं उतरती, और इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं ये किताब उन सारी इमोशंस का फिक्शनलाइज सारांश है. दैट आई कैन नॉट इमेजिन एनीथिंग दैट कैन प्रोवोक यू अगेंस्ट योर कंट्री, to demean your nation, to demean your forces, or to bring disrespect to your constitution. So for me, this book is, though fiction, very, very personal.
Right, ma'am. And you also mentioned the germination, the idea, how did it come about? Talking about plotting the book, there's of
Well,
course
I'm a politician. Who better to plot?
Yes, and what better place than a lit fest to discuss about plotting, ma'am?
As President AWWA said, I walked up to her. I said, Madam, normally literary festivals shine bright in the evenings or warm afternoons with lovely lunches. I said, trust the army to do this at the snap of early morning.
We promise to offer you a hot cup of tea.
Fault for all the gentlemen who are today present, as President AWWA said, bereft of your conferences, I am to blame, for I am to present myself in Parliament at 11 o'clock with question number 1.
Yes, ma'am. And that's cue for me to keep a track of time, and I do have it in mind. I just wanted to ask you about the cadences that you built in your plotting of the book. It's very interesting how the chapters finish at the right moment, and then you have the curiosity to read the next chapter. Does it come from your experience of being an entrepreneur, as a producer and a writer of short films and theatre as well?
I think today there is so much information for a general consumer to reflect upon, or to consume for that matter. With the explosion of social media especially, attention spans have gotten shorter. And more so if you are wanting to promote a physical book. There are many who have transitioned to electronic devices and reading on electronic devices. I am a bit old school. For me, a book has to be that page turner. I need to feel that raw paper in my hand. And it was incumbent upon me that I have a page turner which would seriously take you to that tenterhook and compel you to turn the page. Most of the people who have given me a feedback on the book have actually read the book in maximum a time frame of 72 hours.
I agree.
So when you start, you can't wait to finish. My husband tried. He read, I think, 3/4 of it and came back and said, तुमने killer बताया नहीं. admonishing, as most husbands do, I hope you've done a good job with it. And this is one of the first books he's ever read. I'm the reading fiend in my family. And I told him, कि अंतिम page tak padho to. So the fact that the book has evoked emotions, for me as a writer, is a measure of success. The fact that people stay hooked to each chapter is a reflection not of my entrepreneurial history, but my history with the media. I think in the media business, it is important for us to draw the audience and help them enjoy the complete experience. It is many a people who presume that books have to be leisurely, but writers today are fighting a silent war against content that's coming on social media. So this morning when the MC was kind enough to, through poetry, give you a vivid landscape of the life of an armed forces personnel and family, I think those are the little joys of life that we are missing. In fact, I told President AWWA that you began with a literary festival. You need a festival of poets as well.
So true. I think that's a suggestion very well taken, I'm sure. Ma'am, also coming to your social media presence, because you are of course very active on Twitter, but Instagram is something that catches the eye as well, especially your culinary experiments and your love for handloom saris. And I quote from your last, very latest post, while cooking chicken curry for Chanel, you'd mentioned, when the spice is right, nice, and you're in a bind, how much to grind? That was the quotation.
I think that any working woman would join cause with what I'm about to say. That you can do whatever wonders you want in your professional life. When you come back home, you have that kid staring at you in the face and saying, "Khana kyun nahi banaya?" And you cannot explain to that child that you are exhausted. And I think that's what women do a lot to themselves. You can never explain to the man you're married to or the child that you've given birth to that I need a break. There are many a times where after festivals like Diwali, I tell people I need a break. And my husband looks at me and says, "Didn't you just have a break in Diwali?" I said, "No, you guys did. I didn't." See, the amount of smiles here means everybody goes through it. And I think there is a sense of exasperation when your child looks at you very demanding. But by the time you're done with the work, you're like, "Theek hai." So women oscillate between that exasperation, that guilt, and that sense of satisfaction when you see that smile. So that's what that chicken curry was all about.
Thank you, ma'am. And I must say that it must be a creative catharsis also for you as...
Yeah, I mean, the only way that you can shout back at a dish is to take the spatula and whack it at that kadhai, which I think many women do. And when somebody comes to that kitchen, and the amount, Chief, that I have the laughter today for that particular incident in the kitchen, means that when women are whacking at that kadhai, somebody comes to the kitchen and says, I mean, it depends on the amount of wax. Somebody in the house will come and ask you, "Kuch hua kya?" And you turn around and say, "Nahi, nahi, masala chipak gaya tha." So that's a code, men, that we are very angry.
I think you speak for all of us, ma'am. Coming back to your book, are there any plans of adaptation on Netflix? Because we can see
I'm hoping
SP
that it's available
Vikram.
in different languages.
Yes.
See, apart from the anger, there's also a reflection of the struggle of officers who
So true.
work within the realms of protocol of law, service rules. And that is a reflection I'm privileged to transcribe, because it's only when you're a part of the system that you understand that genuine struggle. It cannot be taught, and I'm talking as an insider, it cannot be taught to an outsider. That many struggle with that, to stay within those confines. Many get punished for it, but are happy to pay that price. And this is a book dedicated to such officers.
Absolutely, ma'am. And a round of applause for the other side of the story, ma'am, that you have tried to show. And I think it's a yeoman service that you do to all the men in uniform, men and women in uniform. I won't take too much of your time. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor privilege, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Smriti Irani, Union Cabinet Minister for Women and Child Development. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Ma'am has been kind enough to
I was told
let us
by
know if
our
you have any
president,
questions.
Some people want to ask questions. If there are any
Go ahead,
questions
please.
about kadhais that get whacked, feel free to ask.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Just wanted to check, you wear multiple hats. So the politician, the mother. I'm in fact going to leave the mother out because that is a different category altogether. But now you're an author as well. And I would say, and you were an actress. Which hat would you think is the best suited? Or you think that you would want to wear again?
I'm not somebody who limits myself to the persona that people bestow upon me. I am not restrained to be only a politician, an actor, a writer. I think that my life is a lesson for me in opportunity. Like I said, ma'am, I'm 45 today. The last memory I have with my family of the armed forces was at the age of 5, sitting with my father just 5 kilometers away in front of Army Club. To sit there and come here in front of the chief, that's been quite a journey.
Yes.
If I had reduced myself to only that bookseller's daughter, I remember my mother was a housekeeper at Taj Mansingh. And we were going through many a tough times. And after the night shift, she would come back home with a sandwich made of leftovers by the chef. Because they knew my mother would come home at 6:30 in the morning. At 7 o'clock, I'd leave for school. And that was a club sandwich that Machan sells. So every time I would take that sandwich and go to school. When I became a parliamentarian, the first house I got was opposite Taj. I called my mother. I said, come, let's go. I want you to see that hotel from my house, but I want us to walk into that restaurant and today I will pay for that sandwich. So I don't know whether that was a feeling or that was a conversation of a politician. I think that's always a conversation that young girl had, which is a chip on your shoulder. That life didn't give you many resources, but I told myself, I'll never be that poor again. That I cannot afford a sandwich for my mom, or that I cannot. So one of the first book copies I gave was to my bookseller father.
Any other question from the audience?
Yes. Ma'am,
Please
I
feel
have
free
a
to
question,
ask.
please.
Yes, ma'am.
Your journey from this inner rage to paper is very, very inspiring. But like every writer, every author has a favorite part of the book, which is very touching, which is very close to your heart. So which one is yours in this book?
I don't think an author can pick favorites if you are personally connected to every character. I think that the one character that has evoked a lot of intrigue is a female journalist. There were one or two people who walked up to me and said कि आपने लिखा आप right winger हो मतलब journalist को तो आपने बिल्कुल ही बहुत ही disrespectful तरीके से प्रस्तुत किया होगा. Means that there is a prejudice, a presumption about your kind of writing as well. And women journalists were a bit overjoyed when they said, oh, not bad, she's quite spunky. So I think that a book, there are presumptions and prejudices that came to the book only because I was the author. And I'm happy that the characters spoke for themselves so well that people forgot that a politician wrote it and paid tribute to the characters that were engaging or engrossed them. So for me, I think the spunk of Devika and all the characters, I did not have a fulcrum around which everything moved, except the fact that it was, as I said, about officers who pay a price or who ensure that they work within the realms of law. For me, that was the central point of the entire book.
And do we have time for one?
Yes.
One more, please. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Actually, I want to ask, people say you need so much of time to write. You need to be peaceful.
You just need insomnia.
Right, ma'am. I read a lot of books and I've been through your Lal Salam as well. So while reading it, one thing came in my mind. With so much in your hands, how did you get time? I understand your insomnia part, but I'm sure with your parliament and lots of other things, you must be hands down. So how did you get that peace or that calmness to
Who
note
said
down?
you need peace?
That is what I've heard always. So how did you take out time for
I
that?
think, ma'am, your
ma'am?
note of acknowledgement will answer that. It takes a
That
village.
note of acknowledgement, in fact, was written in a car journey between Noida and Delhi.
All
So
right.
that tells you how I went about writing it. I think that there is, like I said, there's a lot of romanticization with many an aspects of our world. That writers need to be very leisurely and need to escape from reality to write something. That is just melodrama. At least I have enough melodrama in my life, I didn't need to add it. For me, like I said, it emanated from a debate which was a decade old. And I constructed it in a book form in just 8 months. I didn't take that much time because I was very clear from where the character of the book began to where it ended. So I had a definite route I wanted to take. And my experience with myself has been that once I decide to do something, there's not much that gets me off course. So for me, it was just a desire that just put pen to paper, nothing else. I think most women do this. So I don't think I'm distinct from other women. Suddenly upon success, the multitasking aspect of our personality gets celebrated as though it's a surprise. But you ask any woman sitting here, once she decides ये करना है, तो करना है.
Thank you, ma'am. And
Yes, madam. I'll take the
go ahead,
last
go ahead,
question
please,
to the
ma'am.
lady standing.
Yes.
Then the Kavitri comes back on stage.
किसी भी किताब की शुरुआत से पहले हम ये सोचते हैं कि उसका टाइटल क्या हो, और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम किताब लिख देते हैं, उसके बाद हम टाइटल को चूज़ करते हैं. तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि लाल सलाम पहले चूज़ किया गया या आपने पूरी किताब लिख दी उसके बाद आपने टाइटल
नहीं,
चूज़
मैं
किया?
कभी भी आफ्टर थॉट में नहीं जीती मैम.
ओके. तो उसके
मुझे
पीछे
किताब में क्या होगा और किताब का शीर्षक क्या होगा ये पहले दिन से मैंने तय किया था.
हाँ, वही मैं आपसे
I was not discovering the story. I knew the story and I knew what title I wanted to present. So it was not an afterthought.
ओके. थैंक यू
Yes,
सो
ma'am.
मच.
Okay, whoever wants to go last, I have to because I keep saying last question, and look quite.
Go ahead,
Yes.
please.
No, ma'am, not as long as I'm alive.
Not an autobiography.
Not at all.
So you want a
because
biography?
I served in very sensitive positions on very sensitive issues on policy matters, and as long as I'm alive, nothing will be written by me about my genuine journey, especially in constitutional positions.
So maybe
I
we'll
cannot
see a
do a
biography
disservice to men and women I have served with.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am. I'm Sally. In one of your interviews, you have said that writing and getting this book editing wasn't an easy process. Like your editor was quite challenging, and she is from a different ideology.
She's left leaning, yes.
I believe I'm guessing it's Kartika. I'm not sure. Yeah. So how challenging was it to get your book through a person who's from a different ideology?
I think that it depends on the writing. It also depends on how you can defend every word. So yes, my editor is left-leaning. People expected fireworks. Ultimately, if your endeavor is that a project needs to constructively come through, then the only service you can do to a project is to ensure that you have a debate, a discussion, respectfully about your choices, about your ideas. So with my editor and us poles apart on ideology, we could sit together and look through every word and have a conversation. It was especially with regards to one character that my editor in fact wanted completely slashed out. And I had to defend that character in front of her. But I'm grateful that she acknowledged My अभिव्यक्ति की आज़ादी. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm also Smriti, and I just wanted to ask you one thing. You as Smriti, what is your dream?
What is my dream?
That dream, what you have
I'm living it.
dream for the country or dream for what you want to do?
My country, ma'am. I think we are in the 75th year of our independence. What is the dream for my country? My dream is this, that in the next 75 years, each and every citizen understands their constitutional responsibility. We have lived a 75-year journey talking about rights, but we need to balance it with responsibility towards our nation and our communities. And it is then when a citizen understands responsibility that you can address issues like crime against women, that you can address issues like contributions towards having better, healthier, more educated children, that you can understand issues regarding social justice. So my dream is that in the next 75 years, we live a life which is constitutionally responsible. As the Prime Minister says, that till now we've spoken of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Now we need to talk about Sabka Prayas. We are at the precipice of transforming many things in our country. Nowhere in the world, and ma'am, I've had the distinct privilege of bringing together the PPE suits in the country. As Minister Textile, when the entire world had shut down and our supply chain was completely choked, we as a country every year imported 55,000 PPE suits. We had zero supply, zero manufacturing. We had one lab in Coimbatore. We had zero raw material, zero machinery. And I remember we got the entire industry together. When nobody was moving in Delhi, there were 60 of us stuck in my office. We told our families that do not bring us back home, give us an outhouse to stay in. And officer by officer, we connected with 1100, 1200 people in the country to say, let's make something in India that has never been done before. From one lab, I called up our friends in Defense Ministry and said, can you reorient your lab so that we can use it? We called up DRDO and other arms of the Indian Armed Forces to say, can you help? We turned around planes and trains. And madam, from March, where we had nothing, to June, we had 1100 companies. And we became the second largest exporters of PPE suits in the world. We as Indians did it. So what is my dream? My dream is that every Indian repurposes himself or herself to serve the country better. Everybody in the world mocked us. Ki vaccine kaise lagaoge? As of last night, we had 137 crore doses given to Indians. We feed 800 million Indians for the past 19 months. We do it as a nation. We've done it in a pandemic. We've done something no other nation has achieved. So for me, I'm buoyant about my country for the next 75 years. We stand with purpose, with resilience, and with humility. That is my dream for my country.
Thank you, ma'am. On that robust note, many thanks, ma'am, for graciously extending your time, taking questions from our members of our fraternity. I'm sure they can't wait to put pen to paper and put in their thoughts, cut the melodrama, and taking inspiration from your kind words. Many, many thanks, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this fascinating discussion which has taken the Lit Fest to a different level. Now I request Smriti ji and all the dignitaries to proceed for tea, and I also request you, ma'am, to please pen down your thoughts on the graffiti board. After that, we have the literary quiz, literary trivia. In venue 2, this is venue 1. Venue 2 is inside the institute. We have a workshop on how to author children's book by Shutapa Basu. We'll just wait for the dignitaries to move inside, and then we can also have a coffee break. Till then, please be seated. Ladies, I request you all to proceed for a tea break. You have the food stalls on the right side of me. And please, before you leave or during the coffee break, please pen down your thoughts about the Litfest Abhivekti. I also request everybody to come back for the next session at 10:30, please. Thank you. Ladies, kindly keep a track of your belongings. I already have one phone with me, which someone has left. So in case you have lost your phone, you know whom to contact. Please maintain COVID protocols also. Please remember that COVID is still there. Ladies, please be back by 10:15. 10:15 तक वापस आ जाइएगा.
लेडीज प्लीज गरम गरम चाय की चुस्कियों का इस सर्दी की धूप में मजा अवश्य लीजिएगा. लेडीज प्लीज डू गो एंड हैव अ कप ऑफ टी एंड द वंडरफुल ईट्स वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द राइट हैंड साइड ऑफ द लॉन. May I request everybody to go and have a hot cup of tea or coffee, please?
Ladies, the washrooms are behind 24/7 counter. Where you have the food court and the publisher stalls, you have a counter which says 24/7. Right behind it, you have the conveniences, that is the washrooms.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to come back for the next event, Kya Khoya, Kya Paya. You can carry your coffee and please come back to venue 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, request you to move to lawn 1 for the upcoming event. Please, if you've had your tea and coffee, please move back to lawn 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to venue 1. We will start our next event, Kya Khoya Kya Paya, at 10:30. I also request Mridula Pathak, Surbhi Khanna and Preeti Sharma to come near the podium, please. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बहुत जल्द हम वेन्यू 1 में क्या खोया क्या पाया इवेंट शुरू करने जा रहे हैं. Venue 2 has the workshop on how to author children's book by Shutapa Basu. Ladies, please move to your area of interest, be it venue 1 or venue 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please move to your desired venue, be it venue 1 or venue 2. We are just about to begin with Kya Khoya Kya Paya in venue 1 and authoring children's book in venue 2 by the famous Shutapa Basu. So all those who have a knack or interest in authoring children's book may please move to venue 2. Others can be here in venue 1 for Kya Khoya Kya Paya. The panelists for Kya Khoya Kya Paya are already on stage. They are waiting. Ladies, please. Otherwise, you'll be missing out on something very, very interesting. Probably you can get your photo shoots done. Okay. लेडीज प्लीज वापस आ जाएं। Ladies, I have moved here to take you all back to the venue. So please, ladies, move back to the venue. Ladies, I have come all the way from venue 1 to the food court to get you back to venue 1 and venue 2. Venue 1 has Kya Khoya Kya Paya, impact of children's story. And venue 2 has a workshop, hand-on workshop on how to author children's book by Shutapa Basu. Ladies, I request, please. Please, venue 1 और venue 2 में चलें.
Hello. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
The workshop in venue 2 will start at 10:45. Ladies, venue 2 workshop on authoring children's book will start at 11:45. So now you don't have any choice but to be here. And it's a good choice. I can assure you it will be an amazing choice to be here. Ladies, you will miss this if you don't come ASAP. I request Preeti, Mridula and Surbhi to kindly start with their amazing event, Kya Khoya Kya Paya. Thank you.
मैं प्रीति और मेरे साथी सुरभि और मृदुला सादर नमस्कार करते हैं सभी उपस्थित साहित्य प्रेमियों का, और हम हृदय से आभारी हैं श्रीमती नरावने और टीम अभिव्यक्ति के, जिन्होंने इतने प्रासंगिक, सृजनात्मक और सकारात्मक विषय को रोचक तरीके से रूबरू करवाया हम सभी आवा सदस्यों से, हमारे विचारों को व्यक्त करने का मंच प्रदान कर उत्साहवर्धन किया और उन्नति के नए आयाम खड़े किए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अभिव्यक्ति। साहित्य, कहानियाँ और कविता जो प्राण है हमारे व्यक्तित्व के, प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से कारण है हमारे जैसे भी हम हैं वैसा होने के। इसकी शुरुआत कहाँ कैसे हुई? वो नानी की बातों में परियों का डेरा, वो चेहरे की झुर्रियों में सदियों का फेरा, वो छोटी सी रातें, वो लंबी कहानी, वो बारिश की, वो कागज़ की कश्ती, वो बारिश का पानी।
क्या कभी सोचा है, किया है कभी गौर, क्या होती हैं कहानियाँ, क्यों होती हैं कहानियाँ? कहानियों की बात करते ही दादी नानी का ख्याल क्यों आता है? दादा दादी, नाना नानी सबसे अच्छे कहानीकार और सबके प्रिय कहानीकार क्यों होते हैं? क्या आप में से कोई बताना चाहेगा क्या होती हैं कहानियाँ?
एक प्रश्न है आपसे, क्या होती है कहानियाँ?
Anyone would like to speak about it?
चंद एहसास अपने ज़िंदगी के जो हम अल्फाजों के माध्यम से अपने तक लोगों को पहुंचाते हैं, वो कहानी है। और कहानी हमारी रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी का ही एक छोटा सा प्रतिबिंब है।
बहुत खूब, बहुत ही सुंदर।
बहुत सुंदर कहा आपने। बचपन और कहानियाँ, हमारा बचपन और हमारी कहानियाँ। याद आती है मुझे भी एक कहानी जब मैं छोटी थी और मेरे पापा मुझे सुनाया करते थे। द स्टोरी ऑफ द वुड कटर एंड हिज 3 axes। शायद आप सबने भी सुनी हो। How that woodcutter wanted his own axe and how he's blessed with 3 axes, the golden axe, the silver axe and his own axe. कितना खूबसूरती से, कितनी आसानी से मैंने ये सीखा that honesty is what is always rewarded. Which is one story, Mridula, that you remember from your childhood?
वन स्टोरी, किसी एक कहानी का नाम लेना या बताना थोड़ा मुश्किल लगता है। चाइल्डहुड स्टोरीज बोलते ही कितनी कहानियां झट से याद आ जाती हैं। बिल्ली के गले में घंटी, सिंड्रेला, स्नो वाइट, एलिस इन वंडरलैंड। सिंड्रेला is that one story for me which takes me back to my childhood. I guess it is the everlasting fascination for the glass footwear. The fairy tales offer a world of magic and imagination. And perhaps we satisfy and live our whims and fancies while we read and listen to these stories. बिल्ली के गले में घंटी बांधने की योजना बनाते बनाते हमने न जाने कितनी नई कहानियां रच दी थी। एंड आई एम श्योर हम सभी के पास ऐसी कोई ना कोई कहानी होगी। आपकी ऐसी कौन सी कहानी है जो आपकी आज भी गुदगुदा जाती है?
गुदगुदाती कहानी और गुदगुदे बिस्तर और उसमें घुसे हुए सारे कजिन्स। मुझे याद आ रही है कहानी जो मेरे बाबूजी सुनाया करते थे, मेरे ग्रैंडफादर, गबू नाई की कहानी। एक राजा था और उसके 2 नहीं 3 कान थे, और ये बात पता चल गई गबू नाई को जब वो बाल बना रहा था राजा के। अब राजा इस सीक्रेट को अपने तक ही रखना चाहता था। उसने नाई को इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए कि ये बात बाहर नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए। अब नाई तो हो रहा था रेस्टलेस, उसके तो पेट में दर्द। वो तो गया जंगल में और उसने ये वाली बात पेड़ को कह दी कि राजा के 2 नहीं 3 कान हैं। पेड़ कटा और उसके बने हारमोनियम, तबला और सारंगी। हारमोनियम गाने लगी। जब बजाने का मौका आया तो राजा के 3 कान, राजा के 3 कान। तबला बोल उठा, किन ने कहा, और सारंगी ने कहा, गबू नाई ने कहा, गबू नाई ने कहा। So whenever I think about this story, I associate this with my grandfather. His body language, his facial expressions, his gestures, and above all, his unconditional love for us, and our unconditional respect and trust for him.
मैं देख रही हूँ तुम्हारी कुलबुलाहट को, मन की छटपटाहट को। जरूर तुम्हें कोई याद गुदगुदा रही है।
Right, Mridula. When I used to narrate a story to my son, he always wanted to narrate one back to me after I finished, creating his own characters, his own drama, his own actions. And what I used to get and learn was so much about his thoughts, his perceptions, his day, and what not. कितनी आसानी से मुझे कितना कुछ पता चल जाता था कि उसके डे में क्या हुआ. What I understand is that we are very busy nowadays. There is a question for us. How much time is required to narrate a 5-minute story? ये question जरा सोचिए.
I guess that's a rhetorical question, Surbhi. And we need to ask ourselves, how long does it take to read a story, narrate or listen a story? Anybody from the audience? How long does it take to read, narrate or listen a story?
Just about 2 minutes, I guess. So if post dinner, if we could take out 2 minutes for our children to read bedtime tales to them, और ask them कि आज सारे दिन में आपने क्या किया, चलो उसकी कहानी बुन के मुझे सुनाओ. Just about that, I guess.
Rightly said. It would not take long or cost much to read, narrate or listen to a story. I believe a story is a collection of events we create, remember, imagine and tell ourselves because we want to or need to hear them. Perhaps it is the listener within us which demands that story and the teller within us that does its best to accommodate. What do you say?
हाँ, इसीलिए कहानी एक और कल्पनाएं अनेक, और इसीलिए उससे मिली हुई सीख भी अलग अलग. परी, राक्षस, राम, रावण के जरिए हमारी नन्ही अदालत में अच्छे बुरे कैरेक्टर दिखाए गए. उस समय हमें ज़रूरत भी होती थी एक मार्गदर्शक पथ की जिस पर चलना है, एक क्लियर कट डिमार्केशन ताकि कंफ्यूजन ना हो. हमारे जहन की मिट्टी में वैल्यूज़ का अंकुरण हुआ, जैसे सुरभि की कहानी में ईमानदारी का या बाबूजी की कहानी में रिस्पेक्ट और ट्रस्ट का.
बिल्कुल सही. मुझे ऐसा लगता है चाहे वह आपके बाबूजी थे, मेरे बाबा या हम सब के दादा दादी, नाना नानी, उनकी कहानियों से होता था बोध संबंध संस्कार का, बनाता था हमें स्वावलंबी, जो था मार्गदर्शक हमारे अस्तित्व का. What do you say, Surbhi?
I wonder, what is the impact of fantasy stories on us? Like that of Cinderella or Alice in Wonderland or Lilliput. What is the impact of such stories? Probably that of empathy and understanding, maybe emotional security. What these stories did to us was they transported us to a different world, to a different zone, into a different dimension, I guess.
हाँ, थोड़ा है, थोड़े की ज़रूरत है. एक वास्तविकता है जो हमारे पास है, और एक जो हम पाना चाहते हैं, जो शायद थोड़ा हमसे और दूर है. तो हर एक के लिए इसकी परिभाषा अलग अलग है. हम लोग बहुत फॉर्चुनेट हैं कि हमारे पास बेसिक नीड्स का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट मे बी किसी के लिए शायद आइसक्रीम के पहाड़ या पेड़ों पे लटकी हुई चॉकलेट सी फैंटेसी हो, या किसी को स्कूल में बुली करने वाले बच्चे और होमवर्क से और टीचर से प्रॉब्लम हो, तो उसके लिए फैंटेसी की दुनिया में शायद स्कूल ही ना हो. तो ये मुझे लगता है कि ये जो थोड़ा है और जो थोड़े की ज़रूरत है, उसके बीच की खाई को पाटने में मदद करती है ये फैंटेसी वाली कहानियाँ. हाँ, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
You know, from what these stories teach us, or what you mentioned, I feel that when you read a story or a book, everything is there on the table, you know, for you to just understand and grasp it. But it is not really lending flight to your thoughts or your imagination. So what I remember when we were little children, and my mother used to read stories to us. She used to never read the ending. And she used to tell us, now you make your own ending out of this.
Yeah.
What is your ending to this story? Not the actual ending of what the story was. So if she would have read that ending to us, our thoughts would have been constrained to the author or the writer's thoughts.
Very right.
But when my mother, she used to take us to a certain page or to a certain part of the book and then tell us, now you tell me how the story is going to end.
Imagination.
So we would give it our own endings, you know, and that's how I think the children, there has to be a way for the book to even let the child imagine
Exactly.
a new story in his or her head, and not just say happily ever after.
Right, right. And on that note, I think all the young mothers, even I consider myself in that, we should take a lesson and go ahead with that when we are reading to our children. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
तो ये दादी नानी की कहानियों से थोड़ा सा बाहर आते हैं. जब हमें थमाई गई नन्हे हाथों में ये किताबें, जब किताब हमारे हाथ में आई तो ये खुशबू, ये किताब का एहसास, सुभद्रा कुमारी चौहान की ये कविता, बूंदे ले हर बोलों के मुंह से हमने सुनी कहानी थी, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी, चमक उठी सन 57 में. शायद ही हम में से कोई होगा जो झांसी, लक्ष्मीबाई, बुंदेलों, इनमें से किसी न किसी से अपने आप को कनेक्ट ना कर पाता हो. मुझे लगता है आखिर अभी तक हमें ये पंक्तियाँ याद है. मैं इसके आगे की भी पूरी बोल सकती हूँ. आखिर ऐसा क्या था इसमें?
कैसे भूल सकता है कोई इन पंक्तियों को? कितनी गहरी और सुंदर पंक्तियां हैं. सुनते ही एक लहर सी दौड़ पड़ती है वीरता और पराक्रम की, और बोध होता है आत्मविश्वास और निडरता के भाव की. शायद यहीं से तो सीखा है हमने ब्रेवरी, करेज, परसिवरेंस एंड द प्रोग्रेसिव व्यूज ऑफ विमेन एम्पावरमेंट. क्यों?
मुझे लगता है कि शायद हमने 100% अपने आप को डुबो दिया था. अपने आप को इन शब्दों और भावों की खूबसूरत नदी में पूरी तरह से भिगो दिया था. तो शायद हमने इतना ज़्यादा इंटेंसिटी से अपने आप को उसमें मिला दिया. ये रीज़न था जो हमें आज तक याद है.
I remember a poem, I think you, the audience can also relate to me, the poem written by Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken. And those beautiful lines, two roads diverged in the woods and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. I think we completely invested ourselves. There was a part of us that was totally immersed into the joy, and वो कहीं ना कहीं इतना बह गया, इतना अफेक्ट हो गया कि उसने हमारे में एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत सा बदलाव किया जो हमारे साथ हमेशा रहेगा शायद. सोच के देखिए ये कैसा कनेक्शन है किताबों और उनमें अपने आप को इन्वेस्ट करने का. It's such a beautiful investment. And I think we all must do this investment. बहुत हुई बातें, चलिए कुछ करते हैं. Let's do something. You can see that we have these red and green flags with us. We need some volunteers. Why should kids have all the fun? We all have a kid in us, and let's unleash that kid here. We have these two red and green flags. We need 7 volunteers. And then I'll tell what we are going to do. A very interesting thing. Very small and very interesting activity.
7 volunteers, please. So as we speak and brace ourselves, I shall quickly explain the rules. Green and red flag. Green indicates speak, and red, as we know, stop. When I say stop, means you will have to stop immediately. एक शब्द आगे नहीं बढ़ना है. So we start with, like, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 3 more. 3 more, please, audience. 4, 5. We have 5. 2 more, please. So my friend Shurbi, she'll start with a phrase, and then we move forward. We carry forward with our imaginations. We'll complete the story. And it will be like the green flag, you start, red flag, you stop. आगे नहीं बढ़ना है, चाहे sense बन रहा है, नहीं बन रहा है.
So this activity we call speak,
Stop, go.
So as soon as I show this red flag, you have to stop there and then, right? And then the next one would carry wherever she left, right? So I'll start with 1. When I stop, you have to continue the thought, right? आप हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं, इंग्लिश में भी बोल सकते हैं, no problem. So once upon a time, in the
Once upon a time, in the faraway land, there was this magical tree. And that magical tree had...
Stop! Okay.
Had so many birds, beautiful. Green parrot, crow, everything was there. Good fruits. Amazing, amazing scenery was around. And it was so beautiful.
And under the magical tree, there was a beautiful hut filled with chocolates, strawberries, everything that attracts kids. And there lived an old granny who used to sit.
That when granny has 7 children, then all are very happy when they see the chocolate and strawberry and all the beautiful moment there, and they love that one environment and their granny very much. And the granny always tell the story about the fairy.
Stop.
The granny said, when I'll start a story, after that, when whoever adds to that story can go grab the fruit.
Stop.
And with that we come to the story of Granny. And we come to know she was not a muggle, but a wizard. And from the Hogwarts she has come out. And she was a Gryffindor.
Stop.
So with Granny, हम यहाँ पर आए, that story turns around, और अब पता चला है कि Granny was not a granny. तो दादी माँ थी क्या? So from दादी माँ to Granny to visit to 7 children and all, the story is rotating around. So let me tell you, it's not a story. It is our imagination of a granny with 7 kids who is not a granny and a wizard.
And while दादी जो थी वो शायद ये कुछ भी नहीं थी, शायद एक हमारी कल्पना का, she was a result of our imagination. But when she turned back and looked at her younger days, she realized that she was actually a... Should I continue?
Yes, please. No, let them continue. Okay.
A small girl, very beautiful, with long hair, and lovely features. She was so good, full of love, and she had amazing abilities to make others happy.
Please continue, please continue.
She used to sing beautifully and she used to dance so nicely and she used to sing amazing.
Okay, now we come. Granny became a small child, but in actual, she was a wizard who used to lure kids to the hut with sweets and chocolates and used to treat them with.
Stop.
वो विज़र्ड थी, लेकिन थी तो ग्रैनी. उसने अपने बच्चों को इतनी सुंदर कहानी सुनाई कि उसे सुन के बच्चे जो है बहुत.
Wizard, granny, wizard. It's not coming out of that. Now being a child, she also wants to be with those 7 children, which was her own imagination.
Stop.
And then she went to the jungle. And in the jungle, she went to a tree. And this was the same tree which she was talking about. And under that, she found her lost 7 children. And you know what? There was one more child there. The beautiful girl with golden brown hair, with magical powers. Now the granny was thinking, what should I do? Should I carry her along with me? Or should I stop her? Who is she?
So finally, she was the granny in her childhood and the own imagination. वो दादी अपने बचपन को देख रही थी as the 8th child under that tree along with her own 7 kids and realizing how उनके बच्चों को लगता था when she used to narrate a story. So she was living that moment with her children.
Stop. Okay, we'll have one more round.
हाँ, और ऐसे कहानियाँ बुनी जाती हैं. कुछ खोया, कुछ पाया, कहीं पर विज़र्ड, कभी छोटी सी गोल्डन ब्राउन हेयर वाली लड़की, या वो 7 बच्चे, या शायद 8वां. कुछ खोया, कुछ पाया. हमारी ज़िंदगी में भी ऐसी ही कहानी चलती रहती है. जैसे
And with that we come to end of this.
Thank you.
क्या खोया क्या पाया story, and we are still wondering कि हमने कौन सी story बनाई और इसमें कौन-कौन characters थे.
No, I would like to say the status is quite complicated. Yes, we are going.
That we leave to the audience to decide.
Unfinished story. You create your own.
I would like
So,
to say
I hope you all.
She was the woman in each of us, the beautiful person inside us.
Thank
you so much, ladies.
Thank you so much, volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I hope you all enjoyed this little game. To me, it was just like the Instagram carousel post, which is limited by characters and time, which has multiple creativity, thoughts, and imagination. Is it any wonder our attention spans are getting shorter? The average adult attention span is 8 seconds. Yes, 8 seconds. And we are as good as the goldfish. A goldfish has an attention span of 5 seconds. And this is what technology has done to us. What do you say, Ms. Sharma?
Yeah, I think this is the need of the hour. And it is high time. We should bring our attention to these challenges. इसी बारे में मेरी बात हुई डॉक्टर रिचा सिंह से, जो सर गंगाराम हॉस्पिटल में रिनाउंड न्यूरोसर्जन हैं और साथ ही साइकोलॉजिस्ट भी हैं. इसीलिए वो होलिस्टिकली समझा पाई और मुझे लगा कि ये फैक्ट्स मुझे आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहिए. रीडिंग इज़ वन ऑफ द हायर फंक्शन ऑफ फ्रंटल लोब ऑफ ब्रेन. जब हम पढ़ते हैं तो देखते भी हैं तो ये विजुअल इंफॉर्मेशन के रूप में ब्रेन पे जाती हैं. जब हम ज़ोर से पढ़ते हैं, सुनते हैं, तो इसमें हमारा टेम्पोरल लोब का फंक्शन होता है. जब बोलते हैं, स्पीच, तो इस किसी भी रूप में इंफॉर्मेशन जाए तो ब्रेन के डिफरेंट पार्ट्स को रीवायर करता है. मुझे उसकी टर्म बहुत अच्छी लगी कि ये ब्रेन को रीवायर करने में रीडिंग बहुत हेल्प करती है. राइट. She also mentioned about speech or language, जो बहुत higher mental functions हैं, which are done by left frontal lobe of brain. So researchers से prove भी किया है, जो पढ़ते रहते हैं उनमें dementia, Parkinson's के chances कम हो जाते हैं. जैसे मृदुला ने कहा था इट इंक्रीजेज अटेंशन स्पैन, तो आपने भी जैसे कहा था कि एक लीनियरली जब हम पढ़ते हैं, मतलब उसका एक बिगिनिंग, मिडिल और एंड होता है, तो जब ऐसे हम लीनियरली पढ़ते हैं जो हम किताब में जनरली करते हैं, तो उसमें डिस्ट्रैक्शन कम होता है। जैसे हम अभी कर रहे थे, हम टायर टू टायर जंप नहीं करते रहते, जो हमारे इंस्टाग्राम के छोटे छोटे रहते हैं या यूट्यूब के होते हैं, तो हम ऐसे जंप नहीं कर रहे रहते हैं, तो उससे डेफिनेटली इंक्रीजेज आवर अटेंशन स्पैन। इसके अलावा इमेजिनेटिव पावर आपने देखा ही, वो बढ़ाती है, क्योंकि हम बुक के कैरेक्टर्स से खुद को इमेजिन करते हैं। जब खुद को इमेजिन करते हैं तो कनेक्ट करते हैं, जब कनेक्ट करते हैं तो नेचुरली कॉम्प्रीहेंड करते हैं, तो कॉम्प्रीहेंशन और कनेक्शन, नेचुरली वोकेबलरी ऑल्सो, तो ये सभी बहुत इम्प्रूव होती है। साइकोलॉजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखा जाए तो रिसर्चर्स ने प्रूव किया है कि एम्पैथी और हैप्पीनेस कोशेंट डेफिनेटली बढ़ता है जो भी बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, और इसी वजह से जब हैप्पीनेस कोशेंट बढ़ता है, स्ट्रेस कम होता है। जब स्ट्रेस कम होता है तो माइंड और ब्रेन रिलैक्स करते हैं। फिजियोलॉजिकल चेंजेस में भी बीपी कम होता है, हार्ट रेट कम होता है। यहाँ हम सिर्फ बच्चों की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो और भी सारे ब्रेन फंक्शंस जैसे प्लानिंग, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग, इनिशिएटिंग, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग, सेल्फ कंट्रोल, इट ऑल्सो इम्प्रूव्स सोशल इंटरेक्शन। और मुझे बहुत लगता है कि सोशल इंटरेक्शन से जुड़ा हुआ है सोशल स्किल्स, जो आजकल हम बहुत खोते जा रहे हैं बच्चों में। नॉर्मल हम किसी से मिल के बातचीत करना, उसकी उतनी ज़्यादा आदत रह नहीं गई है। तो किताबें पढ़ने से जब सोशल इंटरेक्शन इम्प्रूव होता है तो सोशल स्किल्स भी डेवलप होती ही होती है। यहाँ जब अटेंशन स्पैन की बात कर रहे थे तो मुझे एक चीज़ याद आ रही थी जो आपने कही थी। मुझे बाबूजी के टाइम वाली जो कहानी मैं सुना रही थी, तो बाबूजी हमें कहते थे, एक किसी को डेलीगेट कर देते थे कि तुम्हें हुंकारा भरना है। हिंदी में एक वर्ड होता है हुंकारा, हाँ, नॉडिंग, अच्छा, जब तक आप ऐसे नहीं करोगे, हुंकारा नहीं भरोगे, मैं आगे की कहानी नहीं सुनाऊंगा। तो आपका पूरा एक डेलिब्रेट फोकस्ड एफर्ट आता था उस कहानी पे। तो ये जो छोटे छोटे हमारे कल्चर के हिस्से थे, जैसे ये हुंकारा ही है, तो ये भी अटेंशन स्पैन को बढ़ाने में एक बहुत काम करता था। जब इमोशनल हेल्थ की भी रिचा ने मुझे बताया उसके बारे में, तो इमोशनल रेजिलियंस जो आजकल हमारे बच्चों में एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, और इमोशनल रेजिलियंस बढ़ाने में भी किताबें बहुत ज़्यादा मदद करती है। और इसी की वजह से ये डिप्रेशन, एंजाइटी और स्ट्रेस को भी कम करता है। थोड़ा भारी भरकम लगता है ADHD वगैरह टर्म्स, बट अटेंशन डेफिसिट हाइपर एक्टिव सिंड्रोम शायद ही यहाँ पे कोई बैठा होगा जो इसका फुल फॉर्म नहीं जानता है, क्योंकि इतना ज़्यादा कॉमन हो गया है। शायद हमने सबने नहीं जानना चाहिए था, बट हम सब इतना ज़्यादा जान गए हैं। सो लेट्स नॉट गेट इनटू टेक्निकल डिटेल्स। Overall, reading improves our brain power.
I second you, Mrs. Sharma. Definitely. We need to open the book. And with that, I am reminded of a very beautiful poem written by Jane Baswell. Open a book. Open a book and you will find people and places of many kind. Open a book and you can be anything you want to be. Open a book and you can share wondrous worlds you will find in there. Open a book and I will too. You read to me and I will read to you.
Excellent poem, Surbhi. But $1 million question is, किताबें खोलेगा कौन और कैसे?
मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ आपसे. Reading is a dying skill. The most common excuse I hear for not reading is, I would if I had more time. This is the most common reason we hear. If reading is a habit you would like to get into, there are a number of ways to cultivate. There are no fixed recipes, but there are several ingredients which have proven to work for thousands of years.
So having an inviting reading corners, so that everybody is enticed to read the book at home. What do you say, Mridula?
Yes. सारी बातें सही हैं जो आपने और हमने कही और सुनी, लेकिन समय के साथ साथ यह चलन कहीं खो सा गया है. हमारी बचपन की कहानियां हो या किताबें, आज अपनी खामोशी में गूंज रही हैं। आज कहानियों की आत्मा और शैली दोनों बदल चुकी है। It is not our intention to glorify and romanticize the art of storytelling and reading. बल्कि उद्देश्य यह है कि जो हम भूल गए हैं, जो कहीं गुम हो गया है या ऑलमोस्ट एक्सटिंक्ट होने वाला है, उस ओर सबका ध्यान आकर्षित करना। कहीं ना कहीं यह विपदा भाषाओं की गुमनामी से भी जुड़ी है। जो खत्म हो रहा है सिर्फ कहानियां नहीं है, वो एक ट्रेडिशन और कल्चर है। भाषा के खत्म होने के साथ साथ सदियों से फल फूल रही संस्कृति, कल्चर, ट्रेडिशन ऑफ रीडिंग भी कहीं खो रही है, जिसका भरपाई करना असंभव नहीं है, थोड़ा मुश्किल है, लेकिन हम मिलके कर सकते हैं।
तो क्या भूल गए वो चंपक, वो लोटपोट, मोटू पतलू, वो किताबें जिनकी हम इंतज़ार किया करते थे, कब आएगा वो मंथली, फोर्टनाइटली एडिशन, और कब मिलेगी में मुझे वो किताब।
और उसके पजल्स और पहेलियाँ और उसकी जो सीरीज़ होती थी जिसका नेक्स्ट आने वाला रहता था और वेट करते रहते थे। तो ऐसे जैसे मृदुला ने कहा है सीरियस बात, लेकिन हम लोग भी कुछ ना कुछ कर सकते हैं। आई थिंक वी मस्ट आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू आवरसेल्व्स, व्हाट एम आई डूइंग टू इम्प्रूव or to inculcate habit of reading at my home.
Right. And I feel the simple takeaway and the most beautiful takeaway that we all would do is read. Read and inspire to read. Thank you so much.
Happy reading.
Thank you so much. Happy reading.
थैंक यू सो मच, दैट वाज रियली ब्यूटीफुल लेडीज। कोई बहुत खतरनाक आने वाला है, इसलिए अपनी सीट को थोड़ा सा टाइट पकड़ लीजिए।
Hello, namaskar, good morning ladies. People have different ambition in life. कोई डॉक्टर बनना चाहता है, तो कोई इंस्पेक्टर बनना चाहता है, कोई लेखिका बनना चाहता है, पर मेरी कुछ ऐसी चाहत है जो शायद मैं अभी न कर पाऊँ, पर मरने के बाद मैं ज़रूर करूँगी। ज़रा गौर फरमाइए और मेरी बात को ध्यान से सुनिए, और कहीं ना कहीं आप जब मेरी ये कविता ख़त्म हो जाएगी, आप आके कहेंगी क्या मैं भी आपका क्लब ज्वाइन कर सकती हूँ? तो चलिए सुनते हैं। मोक्ष की इच्छा तो हर कोई करता है, मोक्ष की इच्छा तो हर कोई करता है, जो जीते जी न कर सके, जो जीते जी न कर सके, हम मरने के बाद करना चाहते हैं, हम चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। सीरियस बात है, प्लीज। मोक्ष की इच्छा तो हर कोई करता है, जो जीते जी न कर सके, हम मरने के बाद करना चाहते हैं, हम चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। हम इस पेड़ से उस पेड़ पर, उस पेड़ से इस पेड़ पर फुल करके उड़ना चाहते हैं, आम के पेड़ पर केला और केले के पेड़ पे आम खाना चाहते हैं, और जो लोग बिना मास्क के उस पेड़ के नीचे से गुजरते हैं, उनके सर पे गुठलियां पटक पटक कर मारना चाहते हैं। जिंदगी में बहुत अच्छे बन लिए, अच्छे बनने का बहुत प्रेशर होता है हम लोगों पर। जिंदगी में बहुत अच्छे बन लिए, मरने के बाद मस्ती का सिलसिला शुरू करना चाहते हैं, हम चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। इसकी चोटी काट अपने सर लगा ली, अपनी चोटी काट इसके सर उसके सर लगा ली, किस्मत नहीं बदलती। कहते हैं यहाँ का हिसाब यहीं चुकता होता है, कहते हैं यहाँ का हिसाब यहीं चुकता होता है। ये सब भ्रम है, ये सब भ्रम है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है। जो हिसाब हम सीधे पांव न चुकता कर सके, उल्टे पांव करना चाहते हैं, हम चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। कभी जी के, कभी लाजपत, कभी बंजारा मार्केट में बिना पैसों की शॉपिंग करना चाहते हैं। कभी जी के, कभी लाजपत, कभी बंजारा मार्केट में बिना पैसों की शॉपिंग करना चाहते हैं। और जब थक जाएं बिना गिने जी भर के गोलगप्पा खाना चाहते हैं। और फिर जब थक जाएं बिना गिने गोलगप्पा खाना चाहते हैं, और ऐसे मकान मालिक के घर में रहना चाहते हैं, ऐसे मकान मालिक के घर में रहना चाहते हैं जो किराएदारों को बिजली और पानी के लिए तंग करता है, जो किराएदारों को बिजली और पानी के घर के लिए लोगों को तंग करता है। उसके घर को भूतिया बना के खी खी करके हंसना चाहते हैं, और हमेशा के लिए उसके घर को खाली रखना चाहते हैं। हम तो भैया पक्का चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। सी, देयर आर सो मेनी हु एग्री विद मी।
बंद कमरों में डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस करने वालों को, बंद कमरे में डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस करने वालों को खुली सड़क पर ला के पीट पीट कर धोना चाहते हैं, पीट पीट कर धोना चाहते हैं। हॉस्पिटल के नाम पर बिजनेस चलाने वालों के अंदर ओमिक्रॉन बनकर तांडव करना चाहते हैं। करप्ट लोगों को थोड़ा सा रुलाना, करप्ट लोगों को थोड़ा सा रुलाना और बेरहम लोगों को ज़रा रहम सिखाना चाहते हैं। करप्ट लोगों को थोड़ा सा रुलाना, बेरहम लोगों को थोड़ा सा रहम सिखाना चाहते हैं। और जब ये सब हो जाए, और जब ये सब हो जाए तो फिर से उड़ जाना चाहते हैं। हम तो चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। सब कहते हैं कविताएं पढ़ के मत सुनाया करो। मेरी सहेलियां खासकर कहती हैं खुद की कविता पढ़ के मत सुनाया करो, तभी तो हम चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। कभी भी कहीं भी कुछ भी सुनाएंगे, फ़ोन पे, स्टेज पे या कंप्यूटर पे नहीं, फ़ोन पे, स्टेज पे या कंप्यूटर पे नहीं, खुले आसमान से उल्टे लटकते नजर आएंगे और ऐसे खूबसूरत गैदरिंग्स पे फूल बरसाएंगे। हम तो चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं, हम तो चुड़ैल बनना चाहते हैं। थैंक यू लेडीज, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, Meenakshi. I am joining your club.
Okay.
The meaning of reading has changed on multiple folds in this era of digital reading. Reading for us, my generation, meant to read a real book, to hold a book in your hand and to read it, turn the pages. But these days, with the advent of time and with the pandemic, the meaning of reading has changed. We have moved from real book, real reading, to e-books and audiobooks. Further, to throw light on this, we have our next panel discussion, for which I want to invite President AWWA, Mrs. Veena ma'am, who is an avid reader and pens down her thoughts beautifully. And ladies, I must remind you once again, the lady behind this AWWA Lit Fest Avivekti. Please give it up for Veena ma'am. I also invite Dipankar Mukherjee, who is a founder and director of Redomania, an independent publishing house based in India. Aditi Maheshwari, executive director at Vani Prakashan Group. Sahana Ahmed, who is an author and has written the book Combat Skirts. And also the renowned Rachna Bisht Rawat, who is a famous defense author. Can I please request you all to come up on the stage, ma'am? And the moderator for this event is Sonia Dogra, who herself is a blogger. Over to you, Sonia. Without further ado, we start our next panel discussion, Rediscovering the Joy of Reading in Digital Age.
Good morning to one and all present here. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all to this panel discussion on rediscovering the joy of reading in the digital age. I'm Sonia, and I feel honored to be moderating this panel today. Roald Dahl had given us all a suggestion long time ago in one of his poems, and he said, he asked all of us to throw away our television sets and instead place bookshelves in place of those television sets. I think there cannot be a better time for these lines, for his lines to hold true with the OTT, social media, reading apps, online content, video games. My God, where does that leave traditional reading? According to a survey in the US, less than 20% teenagers spend their leisure time reading. 80% prefer to spend it on social media or OTT or video games. Also, by the way, the good news is that India is way ahead of the US when it comes to the reading statistics. So yes, 3 cheers for that. But nonetheless, anecdotal evidence also suggests that people read more because of FOMO. That is, fear of missing out. Because that makes them sound less knowledgeable if they're not well read, or sometimes also they wonder if they're relevant enough, you know, in this modern day society. So now, what happens to the pleasure of reading or reading for pleasure? We will find out this and more in this panel discussion that I'm so honored to be moderating here with an illustrious set of people. Let me introduce them first to all of you. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Veena Naravani, President AWWA, an alumna of Jawaharlal Nehru University. An experienced and passionate educator, Mrs. Naravani has spearheaded a movement to make AWWA more relevant across a cross-section of army wives. This has been achieved through a new AWWA portal that presents several opportunities to its registered members. Mrs. Naravani has also been instrumental in sensitizing the environment about the importance of primary education and the need to make army schools more inclusive. She is an avid reader and a wonderful writer. Welcome, Mrs. Naravani.
Thank you.
I am thrilled to introduce you all to Dipankar Mukherjee, the founder and director of Readomania, an independent publishing house based in India. Under his stewardship, the house has produced more than 200 books in a short span of 7 years. Dipankar holds an MBA degree from IIT Madras and has been a management consultant in his professional avatar, working in organizations like the IBM and Ernst & Young. Apart from publishing, his business interests include a consumer electrical products band, Aeronova, and a literary resort, Faraway Wrens. Let me talk about Readomania, which was started by Dipankar in September 2014. It publishes literary as well as commercial fiction across multiple genres, short stories, poetry, non-fiction, and children's fiction. Their children's imprint is called Reado Junior. Some of their wonderful titles include The People Tree, Unbelonging, Dashavatar, The Boundaries of Sanity, The Curse of Nadir Shah, among others. Readomania.com is an online publishing platform for writers and poets that helps them to explore their creative talent. Welcome, Dipankar. We are really looking forward to your insights this morning. I am now honored, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome Mrs. Rachna Bisht Rawat, one from the fraternity, a journalist by profession, and the author of 6 books by Penguin Random House India, including the bestsellers The Brave and Kargil. She has written for publications such as The Statesman, Indian Express, Deccan Herald, Outlook, Discover India, and Femina. She is a 2005 Harry Britton Fellow and winner of the 2006 Commonwealth Press Quarterly's Rolls-Royce Award. Her latest offering, 1971, Charge of the Gorkhas and Other Stories, has hit the stands recently. Congratulations for that, Mrs. Rawat, and welcome. Finally, last but certainly not the least, I have the wonderful, enigmatic Sahana Ahmed, who is also from the fraternity and is the author of Combat Skirts, an alumna of the University of East Anglia's Creative Writing Workshop. Her short fiction, poems, and essays have been published in India, UK, the US, Australia, Canada, and Singapore. Her recent credits include the New York Times, the Kitab International, the Pinch Journal, and the Punch magazine. She is currently the National President of the Rural Tourism Council of Wiki and is co-editing the West Bengal edition of Rising Beyond the Ceiling, a project highlighting inspiring Indian Muslim women. Welcome, Sahana. We are so glad to have you with us here today. So, well, without wasting your time further, I would like to move over to the panelists because I'm going to be sitting like a mannequin here among this illustrious lot here. I'd like to begin by asking all of you across the board, why do you read? What do you think is the purpose of reading? I'd really like to begin with Mrs. Naravni because she's an avid reader. So what is the purpose of reading? Is it to understand the world around us? Is it to understand ourselves? What is the purpose?
Well, I don't think I can really eulogize on the general purpose of reading, but I can tell you what I gain out of reading. So as she said, yes, I am an avid reader, and I always, have something on my bedside table which I am currently, involved in reading, and I very rarely go to bed without, reading a few pages, and also do find time during the day, here and there to read. Now, the thing is that, when you're reading and when you're involved in a book, you tend to also exist in a parallel world. So, I am right now, in the present moment, doing something, attending some functions or attending office or whatever is my daily routine. But along with that, in my head, I am also existing in a parallel world, which is the world of the book that I'm reading. And a lot of my thoughts are to do with the characters and what's going on in that book and so on. So that keeps my, stress levels always under control, I feel, and also it's a kind of an escape for me. So when I feel that, things are getting tough, so, it takes me back to that. I think about the book I'm reading and what's happening in that book. So that is what I find is my, primary gain at this moment when I involve myself in a book. So that is it for me. But I will not be able to eulogize on the general, the advantages of reading. So I will leave that to better people who are going to be on the panel.
So certainly there's one thing that Mrs. Naravani mentioned of being transported to a different world altogether, which, all of us, I think, will agree with this. Sahana was about to say something when I asked this question, but Sahana, I'd just like to rephrase that for you. Reading, definitely, I'm sure you're a writer, so you've been reading a lot. Now, at this point of time, with the online content available in plenty, how have your reading habits changed over, let me say, the past half a decade or so? Do you read online as well, and do you read more online, or is it the other way around?
Yes, Sonia. Can you hear me? Is it on? Right. Before I say anything, Sonia, I just want to say that I wrote a light-hearted book about an AWWA hostel. And to be sharing a platform with the president of AWWA is a delight beyond measure. So thank you so much for inviting me.
I can always imagine that hostel which she wrote about, because that was the hostel which came under AWWA. Yes. And I struggled with, getting that to some, sort of a reasonable level in Calcutta. So yes. I really identify with that story.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to know that you've read the book. So Sonia, you asked me if I'm reading. So I'm reading a lot, and I'm reading a lot of Twitter posts. I'm reading a lot of Instagram posts. Am I reading literature? Now, you probably know that I write a lot of flash fiction, yes, which is very, very short stories. And my bedside table is groaning under the weight of unread books. So I'm reading a lot of short form literature, not so much a proper novel or a book. Ironically enough, I write fiction and poetry, but I enjoy reading non-fiction more. Apart from that, a lot of reading is happening because a lot of my friends write. So I'm reading a lot of content written by my own friends. So yes, I'm buying a lot of books personally, but maybe I'm not finding the time to read them as much. And yes, I'm reading a lot of online content, which I'll come to later after my fellow panelists have also given their views on this. So I spoke to my friends in Juggernaut Books and Pratilipi, which is an online digital platform for Indian languages. So I'll share what they told me, some trends that they shared with me. But let me hear from Mr. Mukherjee first.
Right. Mr. Dipankar, I'd really like to ask you regarding this only. So, can we say right now that traditional reading has actually been sabotaged by the online reading, e-books, audiobooks? Is it like that?
First of all, namaste, namaskar, good morning. And AWWA, thank you very much for making me a part of the festival. It's a pleasure to be sharing ideas with such illustrious people. Coming to your question, well, we all are reading. Rather, I would say we are all consuming content across multiple platforms in a crazy manner. We're looking at photographs, we are looking at videos, we are looking at our feeds on various social media platforms. That's taking time, and all human beings have limited time. So during the day, apart from our daily chores, including our work, what is left is limited. Now, where we invest that is completely in our control. But sadly, due to the advent of this entire tsunami of content, that control is gone out of our hands. So when you start scrolling on Facebook, you don't know when to stop. Or when you start scrolling on Insta, you don't know where to stop. So what is that doing? It's killing your time. And what time? Time which you may have invested in a better format of reading or developing yourself. Now that is the only time you have for entertainment and for investing in your own personality, in your own life, to make yourself a better human being. Does that happen through Instagram and Facebook? I doubt. Does that happen through online reading? Maybe. Does that happen through books? Absolutely. So we have to decide and figure out what we want to do with our own free time and be a little bit more careful on what we are reading. Reading, yes, but what?
So practically, we cannot say that all the entire online content that we are consuming, we cannot count all of that as reading, certainly. But that brings me to a very popular William Faulkner quote. And I don't remember it exactly, but what he said was that read. It was basically for writers, and he said was that read as much as you can, read whatever you can, even if it means reading trash, read. So, I don't know, from our discussion and what we see today, we are just reading practically everything that comes our way. I'd like to, exactly what Dipankar said, I'd like to take that forward with Mrs. Rawat. Okay, I'll try. Yeah. So, you know, with so much of scanning and scrolling and all of that, don't you think it becomes kind of overwhelming when you actually sit down to read a book? And what happens in the process is we probably land up reading just a few pages and closing the book, because already our mind is overwhelmed by all the information that we've gathered online, whatever that is, the deluge of information that is there. So what happens to serious reading then? How do you balance it? Because I remember my conversation with you, and I remember it very clearly when you said that, you know, reading anyway is happening wherever it's happening, whether it's through the whatever, the Kindle app, or whether it's happening through traditional books or wherever. So, but do you think that overwhelms us so much that we are not left with enough energy to consume traditional books?
Yeah, Sonia, I agree with you that social media is very seductive, and your cell phone is reading's biggest enemy, I think. So when I want to read, I switch off my cell phone, because Instagram, Facebook, they seduce you. They put you in a world which I feel is fake, but we get carried away by that world and you start living there. So to come back to the real world, I always feel I need to switch off my cell phone, take out the book. Like, I agree totally with Mrs. Naravne. I always have a book on my bedside table. And I've always had it from ever since I remember from school. And I am always reading something or the other. So there is a book on my side table in my drawer. And I was reading because I was an introvert right from childhood. I could not make friends. I found it very difficult to speak. I couldn't have imagined speaking in front of so many people. This has come with the books because it becomes obligatory. Otherwise, I'm a person, I like to stay at home, read my books and stay there. But because I was a shy child, I always found solace in the parallel universe that books provide, which again, I agree totally with you, Mrs. Naravne, that it is a world where you are free, where you're confident, where you know what characters are doing. And the same thing happened when I started writing. I changed as a person because I felt very bold and confident, and I could say what I want. I could have characters doing what I wanted, which was something which I myself could never do as a person as I was growing up. So reading means a lot to me, and though, like you said, the social media has taken over our lives, but I am a traditional reader. I like reading my books, smelling them, having them around me. It gives me a sense of belonging and security.
Those are the words of a true book lover, you know, smelling my books, having them around me. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So let me ask, like I asked Sahana, as a writer, how much, because I'm sure we have a lot of people here who are looking to, you know, write in the near future. As a writer, how much time do you invest into reading? How much do you read?
When I'm writing, which takes a year almost to do a book, I hardly get a chance to read fiction because I am totally consumed by the work that I'm doing. I read a lot of non-fiction at that time. I visit libraries, I visit accounts because I write non-fiction. But it's the exact reverse of Suhana. I love reading fiction. So now my book is done, we had a release, and now I'm so looking forward to reading because I like writing, but I hate all the formalities involved with meeting people, giving interviews. I don't like that. So now that's over. I'm looking forward to going back to my books. That's my world.
So I think that we could say is the joy of reading, you know, when you don't have anything else and you're just totally invested in the book that you are reading. I was initially, when I introduced, I mentioned that India, heads the list of nations when it comes to the percentage of people, the number of hours that people spend reading per week. I'd like to ask you, Dipankar, that do you think this data analysis is correct? Because you being the publisher, are Indian spending, and especially I'd like to ask in the context of children, are children spending and teenagers spending a lot of time reading?
That's a very difficult question to ask. And the answer is equally political.
Okay.
If I, the publisher, say people are not reading, I'm demeaning my own self. If I say people are reading, then I'm giving a false hope to a lot of people. So there is a lot of reading happening, but it's not contextual reading. What is contextual reading? Reading that has a focus, that has a defined outcome, and that is done for a purpose. Books become a part of that. So contextual reading is going down primarily because other forms of sensory inputs have gone up. So now a child has Byju's. They don't have time for a book. Okay, if you want to give them a maths puzzle book, they will say, okay, I have the same puzzles on Byju's, I'll do it on Byju's. Without realizing that that screen time, that blue screen time, is playing havoc with their own senses. Okay. Now, what is the biggest challenge we are facing right now? I think Rachna and Shahana did point to a large extent on that, is our ability to concentrate. Now, since our ability to concentrate is getting messed up, we are slowly losing our decision-making abilities on what is right and what is wrong, and getting swayed by what Rachna says is seductive social media, seductive online platforms. Let me just club it together. Okay. So is there a way to move out of it? Yes. The way to move out of it is try to focus on reading long form, not in terms of novels per se, but maybe short stories, maybe poetry. Find something that you like. make it a habit to at least look at one article a day. It could be a newspaper article. Go on, read on phone at least. Start from the phone, go to the laptop, move to a book. But start reading things beyond Twitter, Insta, Facebook, or any other social media platform. That will probably, bring a change in reading patterns. We have already seen that happening. You would be surprised to know that a lot of youngsters are choosing to stay out of social media. But that's a very urban trend. If you go to the non-urban areas in India, social media is just picking up. We have a huge bunch of Instagram reel stars who are making a living out of them. And they are creating role models for other people to follow and become stars. We don't have a star. We don't make a star out of a reader. We don't come back and say, hey, that child is reading so much, he is a rock star or she is a rock star. The day we start doing that, we'll know we're setting the right examples for people to start reading more.
Just hold on to that thought, because there's something that just came to my mind. But before that, I'd like to ask Mrs. Naravni. Dipankar just mentioned about, reading, starting off with newspaper articles and then going on to short story books. And there's another discussion, the same discussion around this, which I'm going to be asking the writers here. But are you fond of heavy tomes, heavy books, thick books, or is it, do you also like some light reading generally?
Well, I like all kinds of things. Like I read short stories and I like novels. But I do agree with Dipankar with what he says that these days we spend a lot of time doing junk reading. Junk reading, that is, things that are fed to us on the social media platforms, and we do not even realize how many, hours a day we end up reading all these junk things that are fed to us. And what happens is that at the end of the day, we feel, oh, I really, I wasted too much time, looking at all this, So coming back, of course, to your question, Sonia, that I do write, I read a wide range of things, and a lot of fiction, of course. I am not so much into, non-fiction. But if I'm, I have an aim in mind, I'm researching something, then maybe I would go into, read some non-fiction things as well. But my favorite form of writing is the short story, which I also try to dabble in. I haven't been very successful so far, but that is my preferred form of, literature. And of course, so currently, just to give you an example, I'm currently reading a book by Amartya Sen, which is, Home in the World, and it's a wonderful book. So that is what is my current reading going on.
Sonia, if I may just add on to one important point to what ma'am said. There is a very, very disastrous side effect of junk reading, which we don't realize. And I really think we should say that here up front. We don't realize all inputs, all sensory inputs has an impact on our mental health. Okay? If you read something which has got triggers embedded in them without you realizing, those triggers can play havoc with your mind. So you should be very aware of what you are reading. A simple example, okay, a social media feed, which we call as clickbait, talks about, let's say, a successful person doing X, Y, Z. The moment you read, your mind has processed that to be successful, I can follow that path, without realizing, is that path right for you or wrong for you? That particular reading may have started putting a mental pressure on your mind that will increase your stress level. So that is a huge negative impact. So be aware of what you're reading.
I equate junk food and junk reading. Junk reading is even more dangerous than junk food these days.
Sonia, if I may say something, I have a very good reason for junk reading nowadays, because my next novel is about pop culture. I'm trying to write about, maybe you can call it a commentary on social media. Sonia is aware I am not very fond of social media, but being a writer, you have to be online. You have to stay relevant. You have to hustle sometimes. But then I took that thought, and I'm trying to build an idea around it for my next book, that if we take all this junk content online and try to create something literary out of it, maybe 50 years down the line, somebody will read this book and come to know about all the Bollywood blinds that are found on Reddit, or the junk, the trolls that, the comments they leave on YouTube and Twitter. So I'm trying to do something with that. So I have a good reason to be reading a lot of that content.
Right, right. So the kind of things that writers have to do for their research, my God. So anyway, but I'd like to come back to that thought I asked you to hold on to, Dipankar, and I'd like to involve Rachna and Sahana in that as well. So I succeeded. Another revolution, if I may say, you know, coming back from social media, which has entered the literary world, is now what we call as screen adaptations, like lots of screen adaptations happening. And there are two things in this that I would like to talk about. First, with Sahana, I remember talking to you about your book, Combat Skirts, and how you told me that it was around 35,000 words, and your editor had you know, mentioned that you keep it under 35K. And with Rachna also, I read Insomnia, and what I realized was that, you know, the short story format that we have, quick reading, a book under 200 pages is easy to read, and, you know, you finish it off, and a lot of those things. So can we say that with this advent of the screen adaptations, and with another added point to this is, first to the writers, that the writers themselves are very keen for their screen adaptations. Now, two things I want to ask. Do you think that once your book is, you know, taken up for screen adaptation, you will get more readers for your book? Or is it it's going to be the other way around? Once they watched something on screen, and like Dipankar mentioned, that the visual and the sensory entertainment, the whole thing happens, why would they go back to the book? So, do you think it's a good idea with these screen adaptations? Anybody can take it first.
So Sonia, Combat Skirts was signed on by the Story Inc., which is the #1 agency in India for screen adaptations. This was last year. I was told that the book is with top producers. Let me see. My readers have given the feedback that it's a very filmy, very masaledar story. Now, okay. So, what was your question? Sorry.
My question is this: that, yeah, why screen adaptation? Because once somebody's watched Combat Skirts on screen, why would they want to read the book? Do you think it will get you more readers? Will people fall back to reading, or will they be satisfied? Everybody would want to, you know, just have screen adaptations and.
Right. So I will not generalize the whole thing. I feel that if Combat Skirts is seen as a web series or a movie, I definitely feel that more people will come back to the text. However, in a recent interview, I had this discussion with someone, and recent two movies that were adapted by from books written by Indian authors, famous Indian authors, and we were like, we don't want to take the names, but horrible adaptations, right? The vision of the author was lost somewhere, and I don't know how the whole process takes place. There's a writer's room. There are lots of writers who work on the screenplay. However, I think somehow the essence of the original material is lost. I can only give you one exception to this. A book that I enjoyed as a movie as well, The Godfather. I don't really find many other titles that I have enjoyed as much on the screen. There are some books which are better as movies. I won't take the names. So I don't really have an answer to this, you know.
You know, could I say it's a double-edged sword kind of a thing? Dipankar has a lot of things to say.
Yes, so the first and foremost thing, why, is because it's money. It's really good money for everybody involved. So that's the first and foremost reason why adaptations exist. Number two, what Shana said, it's an adaptation. It's not your book on the screen. So the director is using your book as a platform to bring out his or her interpretation of the book on the screen. So they cannot be same. Okay. Third thing, why does this entire industry exist? Why are adaptations existing? Because it is the shortest possible path to getting a script out. So usually an idea to script to film in the industry takes on an average 2 years. The moment you use a book, it can be crashed to as less as 6 to 8 months. So that means you can produce a larger number of productions in a limited number of time. And hence, with the advent of this entire OTT platforms, the demand has gone through the roof, and hence the demand for scripts has gone through the roof, and hence this is picked up, book to screen adaptation.
I just wanted to say that one of my books has been picked up by Balaji, and I am dreading to see what Ekta Kapoor is going to do to my stories of soldiers. It's a serious war book on one of the famous wars the Indian Army fought. And I dread to see what they are going to do to it. We have put in clauses saying I will be okaying, we will have army officers on the panel. They mess up with ranks, with decorations, and I think all of us who watch films on screen, we wince when we see the kind of things they do to our officers and our soldiers. So that is one drawback when you sell your book to a producer, because their whole aim is to earn money, to put in songs, romance, music, which might not be required in a war book, because I think those stories are glorious enough on their own. They don't need that kind of substance. Other than that, I want to say that when it comes to adaptations, some adaptations have been very good. Like Shatranj Ke Khiladi, I thought was a very good film. The Namesake was very good. And you talked about The Godfather was awesome. I thought it was probably even more graphic than the book. But what happens is that when you give a reader a book, the reader uses his or her imagination. So they imagine it the way they want to. But when you give it to a producer or a director, then he is going to show it to them the way he or she imagines it. So it sort of restricts the imaginative udan that your readers can take. So I feel films are restrictive, but of course they're good for the book if lot more people watch films than readers. Harry Potter
yes.
also.
Gone with the Wind.
But then, could we, does that help the books does that help readership increasing for books in general, the ones that are adapted? Do you find more readers for those
I'm
books?
sure. I am very sure it does.
I think they hit the popularity stands. Once it comes on the OTT platform, you'll see them all on the airports and everywhere, and that sort of thing. But to add to what Rachna is saying, watching a film is more or less a passive activity, I feel, whereas reading is not passive. It's an active thing where you are actually imagining what the author is, trying to say, the scenarios, the characters. You're imagining all that. So reading is active, whereas watching a movie is a passive activity.
Basically using your own senses, to visualize, exactly.
Sonia, there's one example we can take. Sehmat, the book had come out in 2008. It didn't really become popular. And after Razi, I think it was a bestseller across the country. Also, going back to your previous question, I was told by a publisher that the whole of India does not have as many bookstores as the city of Paris does. So we may be doing well in those statistics where Indians are reading more books, but are we really mature as a market? I think there is a lot of scope for improvement here.
I'd say, are we really reading or are we just hoarding? That's another aspect. Because we like to go to book fairs, we like to go to places, and we like to get loads and loads of books, but they are lying there,
and
unread.
It's Christmas season. I buy a lot of books to gift. So maybe we should all collectively decide that we need to support writers more, so we get better content.
Yes, definitely. The content also, I'm going to come back to that.
I have a point to that. So I don't agree the world needs to support writers. I do definitely feel writers need to buck up and write content which will be interesting for the audience. So if the content is good, there's no way the book will not sell. If the content is average, then everything else starts coming into marketing and this and that. You pick up any bestseller book. Of course, there are paid bestsellers. I will not deny that, and we all know that as insiders. But there are books that are genuinely good and they've done well. One big example I'm going to give is Sudha Murthy. She has been in the limelight for children's book, and the simplicity of her language and the kind of elements she picks up is what has made who she is today, without any money involved. Whereas we have other people also who put in a lot of money in their marketing and become bestsellers overnight. So you have all of it available, but content still is the king or the queen.
That is true. That's true. That is a wonderful advice for writers. But I would like to add a question here. Exactly, is that the reason? The thing about quantity over quality that is happening in the writing world. As Ruskin Bond, I remember in 2019 he had mentioned that India is going to face this predicament of having more writers than readers very soon, and I think it's happening. It's right here. So, but then, how do you? I'd like to ask Mrs. Naravni first that when you choose a book, what is your criteria for choosing a particular book? Do you go by the ratings, the reviews? How does it happen?
Yes, I do look at reviews and I check reviews online as well before I buy a book. But I go by interest. I don't go so much by the suggestions and the feeds and all that I get, unless I really, the topic interests me. And also I'm very sensitive to the language being of a certain standard, A lot of the books that we get today are in a very functional language, And I feel that somehow it doesn't agree too much with me. So I'd like to have, a better language, good language. So I'm very careful about that. And that's one of the things that keeps me I'm a little wary about translations. So I really make sure that if I'm buying a translated book, that the translator is really good, So those are the two things I look at. But basically, I go with interest, my own interest, and I like stories of human interest. So not so much like crime thrillers and action things and that kind of thing, unless it has a human element to it. It has to be a story of human interest, not just simply a thriller or something like that. And that's how I go about choosing the book.
So have you been let down by some kind of a review that you've read? You picked up a book?
Yes, very often. So, and especially with the translated works, so it's some of them do turn out to be a disappointment. So you do realize that these days, there are paid reviews as well, So I have a few sites and, that I trust to give good reviews, and I go by those sites. And of course, I have a family that reads a lot, so we keep recommending to each other. So I know that if this recommendation is coming maybe from my sister or from, somebody close, then I know that that's going to be good, So we do that in the family.
And for all of you, have you left book midway? Any kind of books like you leave them midway, stop reading them, close them? Yes?
Very often, and very recently the one I left midway was the one written by Barack Obama. It was a very exhaustive book, and he went into minute details of his, his election campaigns. And that became so overwhelming that I just abandoned the book halfway. Although I had gone to the market, I bought it, and then I just left it halfway because I found the details were too many of them, too much.
Yeah. So I think that becomes subjective also, because I left becoming midway, so I don't know.
Even I left Obama's book midway, and it was an book to buy.
Yes, that's true. So I'm so glad there's somebody else who.
I also Tiger midway.
Yeah, I left that too midway. Yeah.
So those are a lot of bestsellers being left midway. Point to be noted. All right. Coming back to versus question. So do you think that's also a reason why readers are being driven away from markets?
Me? Oh, okay. So, see, the huge thing that has happened in the last 15-20 years in publishing. The owner of content lied solely and solely with the publisher. So the readers could blindly walk into a store, look at the publisher name, and decide I think, selection and go ahead and read the book. Over the last 10-15 years, a new industry called self-publishing, assisted publishing, vanity publishing has come up, which has made the process extremely democratic, which is very good in a way that anybody can publish their content today. But that has shifted the burden of choice from publisher to the reader. So now the reader has to be uber intelligent to look at the book and understand what is the quality of content inside the book. And that has to a large extent spoiled the taste, or rather aftertaste, for a lot of people. So when you pick up a book, you don't like it, you go and pick up another book, you don't like it, but if the same thing keeps happening again and again, then you tend to lose your confidence in that mode and you shift to a different mode. That had happened. For example, I was delighted when ma'am said that she loves short stories, and so did Shana, because we at Readomania have been trying really to promote short stories. Have taken a back seat, primarily because of a very, very poor situation of anthologies coming up left, right and center in the market, which are paid. So authors enter anthology, which is brought up one of the best forms of writing. By the way, short stories are the most difficult to write because you have to punch in the same amount of interest and character in not 50,000 words, but 3,000 or 4,000 words. So if you read, you will be a fan for life, and it comes the advantage of taking lesser time. Industry go down the drain. It's only now that's coming up back in revival because that trend has now slowly petered out. And new anthologies have started coming up with yes, this trend of writing has really done no good to the industry. Look at it. Why are people writing? Because they think this is the easiest way to fame and potentially money. So they see that, okay, I have a chaser, for example, he's self-published a star. I can also do it. I cannot better than him. Let me do it. Trial and 5 is never ending. Every day you come, we as publishers, if you look at our submission list, it actually can be a horror movie. Wonder what language do I classify this? Would be Hindi? Would that be a combination of two languages discovered by the author? So yes, you have these side effects, so to say, of becoming a nation of Twitter.
I think that's a very major reason for away from shops and you're consuming online content also, because sometimes some of the Facebook posts and some of the other posts are like a rage.
Sorry, I wanted to put a disclaimer. We are an English language publishing house, which is why I use the word. अगर हिंदी में लिखी है, हिंदी में अंग्रेजी का प्रयोग, as per चुपके चुप not good. This has been said by Dharmendra many years ago, and we
create a new language.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
I agree. You know that these days it seems to be a quick way to fame, and earlier when people publish and write and the understudies for a very long time, they would read many authors, think about technique, writing novels, writing short stories. There is a technique to it, and they would spend years studying that technique, studying the great writers, and now nobody wants to do that. You sit down, put your pen to paper, and belt out a thing, and send it off to a publisher. So that is how publishers like him end up with this whole lot of manuscripts, which are maybe well below par.
Ma'am, there's something more interesting than this. So people don't write a book; they think of an idea and send you an idea in half a page, and they come to the publisher and say, छाप दीजिए, जो करना है, जो पे करना है हम कर देंगे. So they want you to take the idea, go to a ghostwriter, create the book, and the author will not even look at the book. And that's possible, that's happening.
I have heard of Amish actually having a team of interns. He's actually kind of formalizing this whole thing of having ghostwriters.
So I think I'm taking too much time. Just one last comment. It's not just Amish. It's every author worth any salt has started this model of co-authoring books. Amish presents, Ravinder Singh presents, Tuhin Sinha presents, Shobha De presents. So they're all presenting new authors, and it's a new model of business.
In fact, there was this thought that was coming to my mind about this discussion that happened right before our panel, where we had these people from the audience coming here and, doing, this was exactly what came to my mind. This must be Amish's model. So that was exactly what came to my mind when that was happening. But coming back to rediscovering the joy of reading in this digital age, when you're talking about, we just tend to, drift sometimes. But first I would like to ask the audience, just raise your hands. How many of you have experimented with audiobooks? Very few. How about our panel? No, Mrs. Naravne? Okay, because audiobooks, okay, great. Because I have experimented with audiobooks. I've been, listening to audiobooks for 2 years, and they've worked wonderfully for me. And my reading list has also gone up. I managed to read more books. And I would like to start with you, Sahana, because you are and we're talking about rediscovering the joy of reading. Why I'm talking about audiobooks is because could that be a means of, getting back that reading mojo that we may have lost? I just want to ask, you have a daughter, a middle grader, right? Have you introduced her also to audiobooks? Do you think it's a good idea?
No, actually, I was going to say I am not into audiobooks, but recently one of my short stories came out on Spotify, and I was traumatized by how badly it was read.
Okay, so that's another story altogether.
Not all text can materialize, it can transform well in other mediums. I do a lot of writing, which is, I try to put a lot of delight in the visuals, in the text of what I write. So sometimes it is lost in other mediums, especially when it is spoken out.
Rachna, would you like an audio reading of your book? I mean, you listen to audiobooks. Would you like?
Some of my books have been done in audio on Storytel, which is how I got down to hearing them. Otherwise, like I told you, I'm a traditional reader. I don't even experiment. But since one of my books had been done, I listened to that. And there, of course, they fumbled with the military language, which they always do. Usko mushkil hota hai thoda audio mein karna, unless you know the military terminologies and you can translate it and all that. But I read Tarun Tejpal's book. I also heard that since I was experimenting on Storytel, and I was quite impressed with how they had done it, because there were different voices for different people. I think they had, Tarun must have participated in the process because it was done flawlessly. It was all going on in words, so it wasn't a bad experience. I haven't read any others.
So,
probably, yeah, probably, and it has to have one quality of audio and situations and all that, but it wasn't bad.
So would you say that because, we were talking about having just 24 hours in a day and this paucity of time with all of us, do you think audiobooks, all of you, do you think they are a good way of getting readers back into the market or helping people rediscover that reading?
I think a lot of readers are taking to audiobooks. My sister, who's an avid reader herself, but she's a busy doctor. So she drives an hour plus to work every day to Lady Hardinge Medical College. She has switched completely to audiobooks. She listens to them on those 2 hours that she gets driving, and she's been hearing a lot of Agatha Christie, and she loves it. So I'm sure it's not that bad also.
You're driving and a murder mystery is on. Wonderful. Dipankar, what do you think about audiobooks?
See, a lot of readers are graduating to, sorry, graduating is the wrong word, picking up audiobooks, but audio per se is a different market. Okay, now there are a lot of people who are jumping on audio as a platform first and then coming back to reading. So now look at for a minute, I'm going to step back from reading and writing and look at this as a business model. Okay. Now, what we discussed earlier as a reader and writer about Amish and these people presenting may look a little different and not so great when we look at it from reading and writing perspective. But when we look at it from a business perspective, the models are brilliant. What are you doing? In a shorter period of time, creating more content, and hence adding more, which is good because that's going to generate more revenue. So what Amish or Ravinder are doing in a business model is wonderfully new for the business perspective. Definitely true. Okay. Similarly, audio is a new platform which is adding on to revenues on all sides. It's great business sense. As a matter of fact, now publishers look at this as content. एक कहानी is an asset. जो आप you can make a book out of it, you can make an audio book out of it, you can make a video out of it, you can make a theater out of it, anything. उसको जहाँ बेचना है बेचिए, पैसे लाइए. Because remember, you have to have a commercially sustainable model to take any form of art, including literature, forward.
So practically, from where I see it, I feel that, you know, right now, because people are not finding time to read anyway, whatever quick measures you can see to get back to reading, maybe it can just work. I'm a member of this book club, which is called the Silent Book Club in Delhi. And over the past 2 years, what I've noticed is that a lot of people, ever since the pandemic, they've started complaining that they've not been able to pick up a single book in these 2 years. Even if they tried, it did not happen. It's happened with a lot of readers that they've turned into non-readers, and they're finding it really, really hard. So from that perspective, if I see, you know, maybe starting off with something like a short story, or, you know, starting off with something like an audio book can probably help them get back to reading. So I don't know if that would work for children as well, but yes, it does, because we have a lot of storytelling sessions which children enjoy, and with children wanting to wear those headphones all the time nowadays with the online learning and everything, I do see it as a good substitute. I don't know, Mrs. Naravni, would you recommend audiobooks?
Yes, I think I do see the point in this, like Rachana saying that her, you know, sister listens to it on her way to work too, and now if people have to really drive and are so busy, I think it's a good alternative to actually picking up a book. But personally, I would be a little wary about doing that, probably because I'm old school. So I don't think for me, an audio would replace an actual physical book. But I do see that it's a good business thing, and it's also makes sense for some people who are so busy.
Right. Coming back to this, you know, this whole talk about quick reading and about having a variety of mediums to read from, there's also another thing I think which can work when it comes to reading. And that is, if we add a lot of variety to our reading, read different genres maybe. We have our preferred you know, genre. We sometimes, some of us just read non-fiction, or we only read fiction. From a publisher's perspective, you know, Dipankar, you promote a lot of different genres. And how do you think that can help somebody, you know, someone who has a variety on their reading list? Will that help them to be consistent with their reading practice?
The broader the list, the better the perspective. At the end of the day, we are reading for entertainment, we are reading for infotainment, we are reading for developing our own selves. The wider our list, the more perspectives we gain, and the better we know about the world. So clearly, we should be reading a lot of genres, but over time, we become sensitive to what we like and what we dislike. When we are young, we can consume anything. As we grow older, we are very careful about the time we invest in stuff. So we become very sensitive to what we want to read, and hence you become more selective.
So as a publisher, do you, you know, produce what is required in the market?
we have to, otherwise how will we exist? We have to sell. So we do have to keep the audience in mind, and we have to keep what is the reading trend in mind. But we also do certain books that we want to do, which may not be a commercial success. For example, there was a national award-winning Khasi film, which spoke of very subtle ways of bringing back or helping survivors of sexual assault. And I found that movie so impactful that we made a book out of it. It didn't sell much. It was a commercial failure. But the book gives us happiness that yes, at least somewhere somebody will pick up the book and feel good about it and may have a ray of hope coming in. So yes, we do work on commercial titles. We do work on titles we want to bring out as making a difference, which gives us a range. And that is true for every publisher.
And as writers, Rachna and Sahana, would you like, write what is in demand, or would you like what you would like to write?
I think I would like to write what I want to write, because I believe in what Ruskin Bond once said, that I write for myself and people like me. So I think that's the whole essence of enjoying writing.
Sonia, Combat Skirts was commissioned by Juggernaut Books. They told me what to write about. So I'd written a short story called Zeenat Aman is Not a Soldier. It was a coming-of-age story of a little girl in a military special train. So all the editors, they loved the idea of setting a romance, a love story with a military backdrop. So they asked me to write a whole book. So it wasn't my idea. It was given to me. So it was probably in their marketing list. They wanted more writers to come up with content that suited that marketing list. Having said that, I spent about 2 or 3 months. I did not read much romance growing up, so I did not know what to write. I was more into nonfiction and more, I was doing more of a literary, more literary writing, and I was so scared of attempting romance. But I think somewhere the whole fact that I was reading so many other genres, all that contributed to the fact that I could make the story deeper. In some ways, I used literary devices from horrors or thrillers in a love story. And maybe it is something invisible, it is not apparent to the reader, but
yes, absolutely.
I think it adds to your own arsenal as a writer also.
Because if you read Combat Skirts, I've read Combat Skirts, and I think not for a moment have I felt that it's not come from you. I don't know.
Sonia, commissioning editors are very interesting people. Their mind doesn't stop for a minute. As a matter of fact, while sitting on the stage right now and being a part of the panel, I've already thought of a possibility of a plot in this setting. So my mind was running against wondering, what if this particular Litfest becomes a setting for a murder? So imagine what happens. Imagine there's a murder that's been found out, and the army or the government seals the entire entry. And whoever is inside, nobody can go out, nobody can come in, and then there's investigation which starts. What happens then? So my mind was, looking at those props, people, some characters. Okay, I can build this character, I can build this character. Okay, there's so many women around, so probably there's a women-centric book, so we have to bring in a lot of emotions. So your mind keeps working on that pattern.
That's how stories are made up, absolutely. Absolutely, this is so wonderful. But keeping to the same question, Mrs. Naravini, I'd like to ask you, is your reading preference also, does it depend on the trends which are in the market? So say mythology, a lot of mythology coming, and do you say that, no, I have to pick up mythology, I must know, there are so many books around the topic?
No, not really, not on trends. I think I'm a little rigid in my way in my selection, so somehow mythology has not really been my favored subject. So, but having said that, I did pick up Devakurni's book more because I was interested in knowing how she has given different perspectives to the age-old stories that we know. So because I was interested in that, I picked up, the mythological, based on mythology, the book based on mythology. But otherwise, I am my own chooser, so if that is a word.
So talking about all this, it just because we were listening to you, and I'd like to, and you've been an educator, and you're into schools and bringing about a new perspective in schools. There's one thing which I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, which I've noticed not only in the last 2 years of the pandemic, but even before that. For us, school libraries were like heaven. We would go there, a book was issued to us, and you read it for a week's time, returned it, and there was not just one library period in a week. There were about 2 or 3 library periods in a week. That has been substantially cut down. One, that's my feeling, that's what I read about schools. Second thing, the school libraries are still inundated with those age-old books which hold no relevance today because it's a different generation. They live in a different world. So what do you have to say about that? Do you think it's really happened, Sahana, since you took the mic?
I just wanted to say that, Sonia, I knew I was writing an ebook for Juggernaut, the app. They had just started, this was in 2016, and this was a disruptive model. They were trying to make ebooks more mainstream. So a lot of people asked me, why are you writing an ebook? I said, a story is a story is a story. But I did do something subversive there. I opened the story in a library. If you have been in Calcutta, in Fort William, I just had to set the first scene inside St. Peter's. Yes. Because it has such fond memories from my college days. So yes, libraries are special places.
Yes, but why I'm bringing this up is because we are talking about rediscovering the joy of reading. And where does it begin? It begins in your childhood, when you go to school. So Mrs. Naravni, because you are into all this, I'd like to know your views on this. Don't you think our schools need to, just refurbish their entire library and get children back?
You're very true, because when we were growing up, the school library was the place. And we used to look forward to that 1 period or 2 periods, library periods during the week, and then, that issuing would happen, and then take it home and, try and finish it in that week and give it back. So it was really something we looked forward to. And now, as Sonia said, the attraction for libraries is waning, So children don't think of it as a fun place anymore, and they're not really looking forward to that. And that probably is because of those maybe there are those age-old, books in those school libraries, and the school libraries are not being updated and so on. But having said that, as parents also, I feel it's not right to put the whole onus for this on the schools and the teachers. As parents also, we need to be aware that, we have to take children to the libraries. And since we are all military people here, you know that military stations have libraries. I find very few military parents also taking the children to the libraries which are there in station. And hardly, the children's sections are almost always empty. Same in the in the church library, there is a beautiful children's section, but hardly any children there. So as parents also, we need to give that impetus to the children, or just hold them by the hand and take them there and show them that all this is available. And maybe the the people who run the libraries need to make the libraries more attractive for the children to feel wanted and welcome in those spaces. So it's going to be a collective effort. Teachers, schools, principals, and parents. So bringing children back to the libraries is going to be a collective effort.
I'm sure. And in that, I want to know from a publisher, do schools demand books from you? You know, is there a kind, or do you send them books, or what? How does it happen? Because of the entire new lot that is coming, we find that missing in school libraries.
So we do see that budgets have been slashed for library purchases. That's one trend that we have observed. This is recorded, right? So I would leave it at that. We need to be more transparent in purchases for libraries in the education system. So let me put it that way. But I have another point. Now, see, when we were growing up, library was the only option to get a book. Now library is not the only option to get a book. My child, she is 9, goes to my phone, goes to Amazon, lists the book and says, Dad, I have made a list, please go and pick them up. So people have access. Now, with the last 1.5 years, with them not going to schools and moving on to teams, and that's something that has worked well for a lot of schools, I believe. Teachers recommend books on the online sessions, and they're able to show them online then and there. You can pick this book, that book. And that has worked for us. In fact, we have started a program with schools which says which is called Young Author Program, wherein we are going to schools and training people how to write with examples from books, and we are making books out of what these kids write. That is making them very interested in reading and writing. See, there has to be a point of interest for them. As long as you're able to hit that point and get them involved, they will love reading. Another example, how many of us actually tell our kids, okay, this particular rack on my shelf is yours, fill it up. Or this particular bookshelf is yours, fill it up. You do that once and see the magic that it has on kids. They will run to figure out what books do I need in my collection. They will feel proud of it. They will feel that, okay, now I have something to also show off to my friends that I have read these books. Come and see. Yeah.
So various ways of getting back to it.
Add something to that. It's very easy for us to say kids don't read, but are we reading ourselves? I think you can't tell kids what to do. You have to show it to them. They don't learn by telling them, tum sach bolo, tum ye nahi karo. If you're lying at the traffic lights, you're hiding your driving license, you're littering the streets, you can't tell children ki tum nahi karo, because they will pick up from what you do. So I think if there are books in the house, if they see you reading, they will start reading.
Absolutely.
I see houses where there aren't any books. I'm very surprised. There are so many houses, you won't find books there. Then if those people expect कि हमारे बच्चे क्यों नहीं पढ़ते, I don't know what to say to them. आप पढ़िए, फिर आपके बच्चे पढ़ेंगे.
Absolutely. I think you're right. And in that, in fact, you know, we are almost running out of time. But I'd just like to add, I remember this one thing about this episode that I read about not just parents. I'm also going to, excuse me, talk about teachers. I read about this episode in Shimla. You know, Shimla's got a lot of book fairs. They keep happening. And this bookstore owner, so somebody, you know, went to him and he was like, there are a lot of teachers who are going to come for this book fair, so you must lay out your books for them and tell them. So they said, you know, tell the teachers to bring an umbrella with them. You know, because instead of purchasing the book, to purchase an umbrella. And he was like, why an umbrella? I said, because at least they'll open the umbrella. It's a very sad thing to comment on, but, you know, and I don't know, I might be taken to task for this after the panel discussion gets over. But really sorry, I think besides the textbooks, our teachers also really need to upgrade their reading list, because that's how we will be helping the children rediscover the joy of reading. Maybe one period in a week or something can be dedicated to discussing that kind of thing. So we are almost done with this discussion. For all of you, any kind of closing note on this? Mrs. Naravni.
Well, I mean, I still feel that reading will never go out of fashion. Now, whether you want to pick up a book or you want to do it on your phone or this thing, you know, reading will always be one of the primary human activities, I feel. And the more we read, the better, I don't say the better we get, but the better we will be able to manage our lives. That's really what I feel.
Yes, that's wonderful. Any of you, Anything? Yes, Dipankar.
Yes. So my closing comment is, we've spoken enough about reading. There are enough and more stalls out there which selling books. You have Shahana's book, you have entire Readomania collection there, and you have Rachna's book. So you, after listening to all this reading, go and buy books. Thank you so much.
I think that's a wonderful, absolutely, that's an apt closing note also. Thank you to all the panelists who've been here. I think I enjoyed this session a lot, and I hope all the audience and the panelists also enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Thank you, Sonia. This was absolutely enriching. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that we are having a hands-on workshop on how to author children's book, which has already started in venue 2, that is inside the institute. And over here in venue 1, we are going to have literary trivia. It will be a quiz with loads of prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to begin with literary trivia, that is the quiz. Ladies, please be seated. If anyone is interested in going in for the workshop, please do so. Literature is as deep as the blue ocean, and one lifetime is surely inadequate to fathom its breadth and depth. Even then, let us make an effort to taste a small fragment of it through this brainstorming quiz, the literary trivia. Now, ladies, the rules are very simple. No looking into Google, no chorus answers. If you know the answer, please raise your hand. And the answer spoken into the mic will only be considered. So all the best to each one of you. The first question. Jackie Chan starred in a movie adaptation of a book by Jules Verne, which dealt with a team of misfits traveling vast distances in a constrained amount of time. What is the name of the novel?
The World in 80 Days.
Absolutely correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
The second question. In the historical novel, A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens, the story is set in London and which other European city? Which is the name, which is the other European city? Yeah. Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. It is Paris. The third question, it's a very interesting one. Listen to this. In the famous Shakespearean play, The Merchant of Venice, there is a very poignant dialogue about the quality of mercy. The quality of mercy has been spoken by a character who shares her name with a famous brand of luxury cars. What is the name of the character?
Portia.
Yeah, absolutely correct, ma'am. Ma'am, would you?
Portia.
Yeah, absolutely, please. Ma'am, can you share with us the quality of mercy also, ma'am?
Double blessing. It blesses those who give and also those who receive.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
such a beautiful one. The next question. In the famous novel Animal Farm by George Orwell, there is a statement, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Which animal was the most equal in the farm? This is a very, very famous book.
Is it the pig?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay. The next question. In 1985, there was a famous show on DD National, those days called Doordarshan, which was an adaptation of Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. It was suitably adapted to a middle-class Indian family. What was the name of the show?
Trishna.
Yes, yes, Trishna. It was very famous. We all grew up watching that. My next question, I think we have to now ask the audience from this side. Nobody's answering, everybody's sitting quietly. Okay, several tropes have originated from Sir Ian Fleming's Sherlock Holmes, including the chemistry between the detective and his close friend, the doctor. How many times has Sherlock Holmes said in his famous saying, "Elementary, my dear Watson"? How many times has he said this dialogue? Okay, you guys are really very sincere. Nobody is looking into Google. That's amazing. Anyone? Come on, just give a wild guess. Ma'am, you're going to take all the books today.
No. Is it 64?
No. Okay. Anyone else? Just give it a try. No?
Ma'am, is it 150?
No. No, beta. Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, absolutely correct. Ma'am is absolutely correct. 0. Never said it. So can we give a prize to ma'am also, please? The next question. Luigi Galvani was an influential scientist in the 18th century, known for studying the impact of electricity on the human body. His experiments led to the creation of one of the first ever sci-fi books, that's the science fiction books, and is still influential in the horror genre. What is the name of this novel? Yeah. Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely correct. The next question. A movie starring Morgan Freeman and Matt Damon about a rugby match shares the same name as the poem that kept Nelson Mandela motivated during his 27 years of imprisonment at the Robbins Island. What is the name of the poem?
Ma'am, Invictus.
Absolutely, sir. Sir, can you just, if you remember, if you can just tell us the most motivating line from that poem?
Actually, ma'am, I've read that poem a lot of times.
Yes.
But I can't quote it, but I can tell you the essence of
Yeah,
it.
please, please, sir, please, sir.
It talks about how in a very small cell, Nelson Mandela was there for 27 years. Actually, I'll tell you the movie setting. This rugby team of Africa, after they got independence, or they became a free nation, they visit this prison cell and they see the cell, how small it is. And then he explains it to his team. If this man can live in this cell for 27 years and still come out sane, see his mental strength. So he was just trying to motivate his team to get together.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I would just like to narrate the most motivating line. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. The next question. In the poem Seven Ages of Man by William Shakespeare, he compares the beard of strong men with an animal. Which animal is that? Ma'am, I think you are going to take home all the books today. Ma'am, can we know your name, please?
I'm Punita Sandeep Jain.
Congratulations, ma'am. Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book has a host of talking animals. Which group of animals was responsible for raising Mowgli as their own? Yes.
The pack of wolves.
Very good, beta. Very good. And what's your name, child?
My name is Sarthak Dagar.
And you're in which class?
From 9th.
Wow. Which school now?
From EPS DK.
So you know me?
Yes, ma'am. You are my English
That's
teacher.
great. Okay, okay, beta. Very good. So, beta, can you sing the song, the Hindi version, which used to come in Doordarshan, the Mowgli title track? No?
Ma'am, I didn't see that. I saw the 1960 movie.
Okay, okay,
English.
okay, okay. Please sit down. Anyone? Anyone? Can anyone sing that? आप दोनों गाएंगे? बिल्कुल. मैं एक second. Let me just come down with the mic.
जंगल जंगल बात चली है पता चला है अरे चड्डी पहन के फूल खिला है
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. The next question. What is the pen name of James Alfred White, who is a famous veterinary surgeon and has written the book All Things Bright and Beautiful? Pen name of a veterinary surgeon, James Alfred White. It is James Harriet. Now this is a real easy one, huh? The next question is very easy. Rabindranath Tagore won the Nobel Prize in Literature for his book Gitanjali. What was the book all about? Anyone else? Nobody? Please? Yes, but ma'am, what kind of poems? Like?
It was, should I?
Yeah,
it was about his offerings to God.
Absolutely. Devotional poems.
Devotional.
Absolutely,
And
ma'am.
said very beautifully that my tears are my most pious things, most pure things.
Yes.
Of tears to you.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next question. Saat Khoon Maaf, based on the short story Susanna's Seven Husbands, saw the cameo appearance by the author towards the end of the movie as in the role of a church father. Who is this prolific author who has won many awards, including the Sahitya Akademi Award in 1992?
Ruskin Bond.
Yes. This is the last question. A little tricky one, but a very interesting one. Please listen to this, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen. Last December, BBC News came up with a headline that read, Shakespeare gets his COVID vaccine. When it emerged that a certain William Shakespeare received the vaccine, what 5 words that form the title of a play published in 1623 also approximately form the hopeful subtitle for this article? Obviously written by Shakespeare only. Yes, ma'am. Oh my God, yes, absolutely correct. All's well that ends well. So thank you so much, ladies. And we are going to break for lunch now. I'm sure you all must be famished after this, exhausting round of quiz. And post-lunch, we meet here at 1:15 with yet another very interesting session, Kitab Nama, Hindi Sahitya ki Bebak Lekhikaएं. Post that, we are going to have Dil Ke Kalam Se, that is writing about war heroes, and in conversation with us will be Rachna Bishrawat and Neha Trivedi. Venue 2 will continue with the workshop on authoring children's book. Thank you so much, lady. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies. Can we all get back from the lunch? 1:15 sharp, at 1:15 we are going to start with Kitab Nama. That will be very, very interesting. किताब नामा हिंदी साहित्य की बेबाक लेखिकाएं. So I request all ladies and gentlemen to finish their lunch and please come back to venue 1. Ladies, I request you all to please come back to venue 1. You'll be missing out on this interesting panel discussion, Kitab Nama. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please come back to venue 1.
is 1 hour. Yeah. But अच्छा, it's 1 hour.
I'll just tell you.
ड्राइवर 3 बजे बुला लूँ ना मैं? Should I call my driver at 3 o'clock?
3 बजे नहीं खत्म होगा।
हाँ, कितने बजे बुलाऊँ बोलो?
3:30 तक बुला लो।
ठीक है।
3 बजे बोल दो, आधा घंटा वेट कर
तुम मेरे यहाँ क्यों नहीं चलती यार?
आ रही नहीं।
क्या?
लॉट ऑफ वर्क।
इतना काम करते हो आप? मेरे तो परसों है ना?
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? May I request everyone to
When we wind up, you go back and
A very good afternoon, ladies. आप सब लोगों को एक जानकारी देनी थी कि ये साहित्य उत्सव है और यहाँ बहुत सारे बुक स्टॉल्स भी हैं और जिन किताबों की आज सवेरे से बात हो रही है, जैसे स्मृति जी की किताब लाल सलाम है, बहुत ही बढ़िया किताब है और यहाँ जितने भी किताब के प्रेमी हैं जो पढ़ने का शौक़ रखते हैं, आप सब लोगों को हम बताएं कि ये बुक्स यहाँ अवेलेबल हैं बुक स्टॉल पे, ख़रीदिए और पढ़िए। और साथ ही में एक और किताब है जो मैंने खुद ने अभी थोड़ी दिन पहले पढ़ी है, हमारी ही फ्रेटर्निटी की ऑथर हैं, द नेमलेस गॉड है इस किताब का नाम, सैवी कार्नन ने लिखी है और वो यहीं पे ही है, सैवी भी यहीं पे ही है। इतनी बढ़िया किताब है कि
2021 की Amazon में जो बेस्ट 5 बुक्स नॉमिनेट हुई हैं, so in the children's literature category, it is one of them. It is competing with Ruskin Bond's book, and it is beautifully written. तो अगर आप बच्चों को गिफ्ट करना चाहते हैं, pick up this book. I'm sure your children will love it, and so will you. I loved it. Very beautifully written. The Nameless God by Savvy Cardinal. ये सावी कार्नल जो है ये बुकरो फेस्टिवल में भी काफ़ी बार पार्टिसिपेट कर चुकी हैं, काफ़ी एस्टैब्लिश्ड है, बहुत बढ़िया लिखती हैं। और स्मृति जी के लिए तो हमें कुछ कहने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, वो आपने उनको सुना और जो लिखा होगा वो भी बहुत अच्छा है। तो अगर आप ये किताबें खरीदना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज़ मूव टू द बुक स्टॉल्स एंड गेट अ कॉपी फॉर योर सेल्फ। इनफैक्ट हमारी जो पब्लिश्ड ऑथर्स हैं वो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे पब्लिशर्स के साथ उनकी किताबें हैं। तो रूपा है और वेस्टलैंड है, पेंगुइन है, तो हमारी फ्रेटर्निटी की जो लेडीज़ हैं वो बहुत बढ़िया लिख रही हैं, अपने लिए अच्छा कर रही हैं, और जो वो अच्छा लिख रही हैं हम चाहते हैं कि आप सब भी वो पढ़ें। वी शुड अप्रिशिएट व्हाट आवर लेडीज़ आर डूइंग। सभी पढ़िए, बाकियों की भी किताबें पढ़िए, पर आप सब लोगों से गुजारिश करेंगे कि आप जाएं और वो किताबें देखें और अच्छी लगे तो प्लीज़ खरीदें। थैंक यू। Enjoy yourself. Have a good afternoon and a good evening. And we will see you once again for a very interesting panel discussion post-lunch in another 15-20 minutes. हिंदी साहित्य की बेबाक लेखिकाएं। शुरुआत हमने करी इंग्लिश से और अब हम आ रहे हैं पोस्ट लंच हिंदी के एक पैनल डिस्कशन के साथ। आशा करती हूँ कि आप उसे एंजॉय करेंगे, बहुत ही बढ़िया होगा। हम बहुत सारी जो हमारी प्रगतिशील लेखनी है जिन लेखिकाओं की, उनकी बातें करेंगे, उसे इस समय के साथ रिलेट करेंगे। सो एंजॉय करिए, थोड़ा सा कुछ खा पी लीजिए, किताबें खरीदिए एंड हैव अ फन टाइम। थैंक यू।
Ladies, we are just waiting for President AWWA, Mrs. Veena Naravne. The moment she comes here, we are going to begin it. Good afternoon, ladies. First, I have to apologize because I have really hurried you up from your lunch. I'm extremely sorry. Yeah, we're just about to begin the next panel discussion. Purity, faith, serenity, pride. That one thing that rises above every tide. There is something in the sand, in the air, that blushes and follows you everywhere. A love that lures a peacock to the rain. A love that brings the sun after the pain. Love of a different kind, selfless, unconditional, yet strong enough to bind. So take a deep breath and let your hearts skip a beat. It's love, ladies and gentlemen, love for literature that has brought us together here. We will now start the panel discussion for Kitab Nama, Hindi Sahitya Ki Bebak Lekhikaएं. And the esteemed panelists are Mrs. Veena Mohan, Mrs. Meenu Tripathi, and Mrs. Nidhi Khali Dhyani. With our moderator, Dr. Ritu Sharma, who is an author, corporate trainer, and a psychometric analyst. Over to you, Dr. Ritu. May I please request all the panelists to take their seats. Mrs. Veena Mohan. Please, ladies, welcome her with a round of applause. Let's make it more lively and happening. Nidhi, please come, Nidhi. That's Nidhi Khali Dhyani. And we have Mrs. Meenu Tripathi. And we have gorgeous Ritu Sharma with us.
अभिव्यक्ता पे आप सबका एक बार और अभिनंदन। आइए शुरू करते हैं किताब नामा का ये सफ़र। रूह की स्याही से डुबोकर मेरी कलम ने जो छलका दिया पैमाना वो बेबाकी। रूह की स्याही में डुबोकर मेरी कलम ने जो छलका दिया पैमाना वो बेबाकी। अपनी परछाई को साथ लेकर चलने का मेरा अदम्य सफ़र वो बेबाकी। अपने हर अल्फाज को समाज का निर्णायक आईना बनाया है मैंने वो बेबाकी। आपके समक्ष अपना पक्ष प्रेषित करने की मेरी अजेय कोशिश वो बेबाकी। जीवन के प्रतिबिंब को जिंदगी के कैनवस पे रंगों सा बिखेर दिया हमेशा मैंने वो बेबाकी। कहते हैं जहां बंदिशें होंगी आज़ादी के नारे भी वहीं लगते हैं। इसी तर्ज पर भारतीय साहित्य में भी कई ऐसी लेखिका रही हैं जिन्होंने देश दुनिया की परवाह किए बगैर अपने जज्बातों, विचारों और अनुभवों को बेबाकी से हम सब के सामने रखा। नारीवाद और मानवतावाद ऐसे दो मुख्य विषय रहे हैं जिनके जरिए इन सभी ने समाज को यथार्थ से रूबरू करवाने का सार्थक प्रयास किया है। हिंदी पंजाबी लेखन में स्पष्टवादिता और विभाजन के दर्द को एक नए मुकाम पर ले जाने वाली अमृता प्रीतम, एक कवयित्री और स्त्री पुरुष समानता की प्रतिनिधि कमला भसीन, बेपरवाही से स्त्रियों की ख्वाहिशों और उनकी पहचान के नारों को साहित्य के माध्यम से कृष्णा सोबती ने स्त्री विमर्श को एक नया आयाम दिया। उर्दू साहित्य का चौथा स्तंभ कही जाने वाली महान लेखिका इस्मत चुगताई अपनी लेखनी से स्त्रियों के अधिकारों और उनकी इच्छाओं को सदा ही बेपर्दा करती रहीं। पश्चिम बंगाल की मृदुला गर्ग हर बेड़ी तोड़ के हर संभव तरीके से महिलाओं के अधिकारों के लिए आवाज उठाती रहीं। इस फहरिस्त में और भी कई लेखिकाएं शामिल हैं जिन्होंने अपनी विचारधारा से सामाजिक कल्याण के लिए, समाज के सुधार के लिए सहस्त्र प्रेरणा अर्जित एवं अर्पित की है। ये नारीवाद का दर्पण है या फिर रूह की बेबाकी जो आसमानों में पंख फैला के उड़ती है। आज इस श्रद्धेय मंच पे चर्चा का विषय हिंदी साहित्य की बेबाक लेखिकाएं हमारी इस कश्मकश को कुछ और स्पष्टता देगा। सर्वादित है साहित्य समाज का दर्पण होता है। इनके मध्यस्थ कड़ी के रूप में उपस्थित लेखिका साहित्यकार का मैं इस मंच पे सहर्ष गौरवान्वित स्वागत करती हूँ।
थैंक यू सो मच, धन्यवाद।
मीना मोहन जी, निधि एंड मीनू त्रिपाठी जी, आपका 2 मिनट का समय लूंगी हमारे पैनलिस्ट से आपको वाबस्ता और रूबरू कराने के लिए। वीना मोहन जी, वीना जी पेशे से शिक्षिका हैं और जुनूनी कहानीकार हैं। वीना जी के लिए एक मजबूत भाषा आधार जीवन का निर्माण खंड है। भाषा सिखाने के लिए वह गहराई से प्रतिबद्ध हैं। वह एक सांस्कृतिक उत्साही और खोजकर्ता भी हैं। उनकी एक बात मुझे बड़ी प्यारी लगती है जब वो कहती हैं कि एक प्याला अदरक की चाय और साथ में हिंदी सिनेमा उनकी खुशी का नुस्खा है। और कुछ इस तरह उन्होंने मुझे कहा जब मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मैं आपके बारे में क्या बोलूं, तो ये उन्हीं के शब्द हैं, इश्क है जिंदगी से, जिंदगी का हर पल त्योहार है, परियों की कहानी में आज भी विश्वास है, हर कहानी का अंत सुखद हो, यही वीना जी की छोटी सी पहचान है। इस बात पे तो तालियां बनती हैं। आइए मिले मीनू त्रिपाठी जी से। शिक्षण तथा साहित्यकाश का स्थापित नाम मीनू त्रिपाठी सामाजिक सरोकारों से जुड़ी हुई एक संवेदनशील और बहुमुखी प्रतिभा की धनी कहानीकार हैं। अपने प्रभावी लेखन से मीनू त्रिपाठी समकालीन कहानीकारों में एक विशिष्ट पहचान बना चुकी हैं। साहित्य सृजन के अतिरिक्त सीबीएसई एवं एनसीईआरटी की हिंदी पाठ्य पुस्तकों की रचना, संपादन तथा पूर्णावलोकन भी समय समय पे मीनू जी करती रही हैं। इनकी कई लेख सीबीएसई के पाठ्यक्रम में भी शामिल किए गए हैं। आकाशवाणी से मीनू जी की कहानियां सक्रिय तौर पे प्रसारित होती रहती हैं। एक बार मीनू जी के लिए तालियां। आइए मिले हमारी तीसरी पैनलिस्ट से, निधि खाली दिहानी, जो देहरादून से हमारे साथ आई हैं इस चर्चा में सम्मिलित होने के लिए। कहानी लेखन के साथ साथ निधि जी ताज महोत्सव एवं कई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महोत्सव को बखूबी संचालित कर चुकी हैं। मृग तृष्णा निधि जी की वो पहचान है जो इनके अंदर के साहित्यकार एवं कलाकार को बखूबी परिभाषित करती है। मृतृष्णा के भावी रूप में निधि जी ने एक अप्रूव्ड ड्रामा आर्टिस्ट के तौर पे रोल अदा करे हैं और मृतृष्णा की पहचान से निधि जी ने कई रेडियो धारावाहिकों में अपनी आवाज का योगदान दिया है। वे राष्ट्रीय दृष्टि बाधितार्थ संस्थान देहरादून में नरेटर भी चयनित हुई हैं। फिल्म एंड टेलीविजन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया पुणे से निधि जी ने स्क्रीन प्ले राइटिंग पाठ्यक्रम को उत्तीर्णता से समझा। अभिनय निधि जी के जज्बातों में साहित्य की तरह समाया हुआ है। मेरे ख्याल से आज का जो हमारा विषय है, हिंदी साहित्य की बेबाक लेखिकाएं, उस पे चर्चा विमर्श करने के लिए, उस पे बात करने के लिए, उसको गहराई से समझने के लिए हमारे इन तीनों पैनलिस्ट से बेहतर कोई और रूह को टटोल शायद नहीं सकता था, क्योंकि बेबाकी और रूहानी दो शब्द ऐसे हैं जो साथ चलते हैं। इसी के साथ मैं वीना जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे चर्चा को शुरू करें। आपको ये बता के कि जो ये लेखिकाएं थी और जो ये लिखती थी और जो ये लेखिकाएं हैं आज भी, ये नारीवाद था वीना जी कि इसको हम बेबाकी बोलेंगे, और अगर बेबाकी है तो ये नारीवाद बन के क्यों मंच पे आई?
थैंक यू सो मच ऋतु। आभार, अभिनंदन। यहाँ उपस्थित आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आज जब इस मंच का विषय हमने सुना हिंदी साहित्य की बेबाक लेखिकाएं, तो कहीं ना कहीं मन में एक प्रश्न सा उठा कि कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि ये सिर्फ महिलाएं थी, इस वजह से हम इन्हें प्रमुखता दे रहे हैं, या सचमुच कहीं ना कहीं इन्होंने सामाजिक मुद्दों को छुआ जिनकी वजह से आज हम इन्हें प्रमुखता दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पर मैं कृष्णा सोबती जी का थोड़ा सा जिक्र करना चाहूँगी। कृष्णा सोबती जी को इस बात से बड़ा एतराज़ था जब उन्हें कोई लेखिका कह के बुलाता था। वो हमेशा कहती थी कि भाई देखो, लिखने वाले का कोई जेंडर नहीं होता है, तो ये लेखक और लेखिका कह कर के वो जेंडर जो आप क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, बेहतर होगा कि आप उस चीज़ से थोड़ा अपने आप को संभाल करके रखें। एक चीज़ जो जब हम बात करते हैं बेबाकी की, तो कहीं ना कहीं शायद हमें ऐसा लगता है कि ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा खुलापन, या उसे मैं शायद दूसरे शब्दों में स्वतंत्रता नहीं, उच्छृंखलता कहना चाहूँगी, या मैं बात करूँ यौनिकता पर या समलैंगिक संबंधों पर, तभी शायद हम बेबाक हैं। माफ़ कीजिएगा, शायद मेरी विचारधारा तो इससे बिल्कुल नहीं मिलती है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आप अगर अपने आसपास की घटनाओं के प्रति जागरूक नहीं हैं, उन समस्याओं से जागरूक नहीं हैं, तो शायद मैं उसे बेबाकी का नाम बिल्कुल नहीं दूंगी। और इस मामले में मैं महादेवी वर्मा जी, सुभद्रा कुमारी चौहान जी का जिक्र ज़रूर करना चाहूँगी। एक ऐसे समय में जब स्त्री शिक्षा पर कोई जोर नहीं था, इन महिलाओं ने ना केवल स्त्री शिक्षा की अलख जगाई, बल्कि जो है उन्होंने दूसरी महिलाओं को भी शिक्षित करने का प्रयास किया। और एक तथ्य बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि महादेवी वर्मा जी और सुभद्रा कुमारी जी, वो दोनों बहुत अच्छी सहेलियां थीं, और कहीं ना कहीं दोनों ने एक दूसरे की रचना धर्मिता को बहुत प्रभावित किया। तो शायद वो एक बेबाकी थी जो कि समाज की समस्याओं को कहीं ना कहीं हटा रही थी, या हम ये कह लें कि कहते हैं ना कि ठोकरें खाइए, पत्थर उठाते जाइए, आगे आने वालों के लिए रास्ता बनाते जाइए। और इन महिलाओं में जो जोर था, बहुत आसान होता है कि आप चिर परिचित विषयों पे लिखें, वाहवाही लूटें, प्रशंसा पाएं और सफलता आएगी, धन दौलत आएगा, लेकिन इनके शायद जज्बात जो थे वो इतने गहन थे कि कुछ पंक्तियां याद आती हैं जिन्हें मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि मेरे जज्बात मेरी कलम पर कुछ इस तरह हावी हैं, मैं इश्क लिखना चाहता हूँ, वो इनकलाब लिखती है। तो शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो मेरे ख्याल से अब हमारे साथ मंच पर निधि जी हैं, मीनू जी हैं, और
आपकी बात को सहमति कमला भसीन की लिखी हुई ये बात कहती है वीना जी, 150 सालों से चली आ रही ये लड़ाई मर्दों से नहीं, पितृसत्ता से है, उनसे है जो मानते हैं। और ये बिल्कुल वही कहता है जो आपने कहा कि मैं लेखिका नहीं, सिर्फ एक लेखक हूँ। मीनू जी, आपसे एक बात पूछना चाहूंगी। कृष्णा सोबती विरोधों से कभी नहीं रुकी, उनकी हर किताब को शायद विरोध मिला, बल्कि उनकी कलम के लिए ये विरोध असला और बारूद का काम करता था। और उसी तरह इस्मत आपा की कहानी लिहाफ, जिसकी वजह से उन पर मुकदमा भी चला, आप उनकी किताबों पे कुछ रोशनी डालना चाहेंगे?
सबको नमन। आपके प्रश्न को मैं आगे बढ़ाती हूँ। यहाँ जब हम बेबाकी की बात करते हैं तो बेबाकी मैं मानती हूँ कि वैचारिक होनी चाहिए। ये विचार है हमारे जो बेबाक हैं। समाज में जो है समस्याएं हैं, सब मानते हैं, बहुत तरह की समस्याएं हैं, उनके साथ जो है मुखर स्वर उठते रहे हैं, कुछ कानून बनते रहे हैं, जैसे समलैंगिकता पे आपने बात की, अभी कानून बना, उसको सहमति दी। तो ये जो है इस पे लेखनी अगर एक पुरुष की चले तो सब उसको जो है एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, सब उसको स्वीकारते हैं, किंतु एक औरत अगर उस पर चलाई लेखनी तो वो बड़ा बवाल मचता है। कृष्णा सोबती कुछ ऐसी ही थी। तो कृष्णा सोबती का मुझे याद है जब इन्होंने ये कौन सा एक मित्रों मरजानी जब इन्होंने लिखी है आज से 5 दशक पहले, तो 5 दशक पहले इन्होंने ये मुद्दा उठाया उसमें कि संयुक्त परिवार में एक औरत की जो है उसको कपड़े, गहने, अनाज और मान सम्मान के अलावा एक और नीड होती है, उसको जो है एक शारीरिक जो है वो भी कुंठा उसको होती है, क्योंकि संयुक्त परिवार के अपने नियम होते हैं पुराने ज़माने के। आप बात करें आज से 70 साल पहले, तो उन्होंने उस वक्त एक ऐसा किरदार गढ़ा जिसका नाम मित्रों रखा और साथ में उसको मरजानी कह दिया। इसलिए मरजानी कहा क्योंकि वो बहुत मुखर थी, वो बड़ी ही खुलेपन से अपने पति से जो है शेयर करती थी, साझा करती थी कि वो जो है 15 और 20 दिन में जो है जब ऐसा कुछ होता है तो उससे वो सहमति नहीं दिखाती थी। उसको जो है आज हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि जब लड़कियां जो है अपनी शारीरिक सौष्ठव के लिए बिल्कुल एक गर्व की अनुभूति करती हैं, उसका ध्यान रखती हैं, पर उस वक्त जब मित्रों जो है अपने शारीरिक सौष्ठव पर इतराती थी तो उसको जो है उसके चरित्र को जो है दोषारोपित किया जाता था। तो ये एक बहुत ही बोल्ड विषय था और जब इन्होंने लिखा तो वाकई इनको बड़ा विरोध का सामना करना पड़ा। इनको अश्लील भी कहा इनके साहित्य को। वो अलग बात है कि कृष्णा सोबती को इससे बहुत ही लोकप्रियता मिली, और लोकप्रियता इसलिए नहीं मिली कि उन्होंने जो है बहुत ही अश्लीलता के साथ, इसको अश्लीलता हम नहीं कहेंगे, इसको बहुत खुलेपन के साथ इसको हमें दिया, क्योंकि वो ज़माना ऐसा था कि तब औरत के लिए देह की यात्रा वर्जित थी, पर इन्होंने की। इन्होंने लिखा, बहुत सारे लोगों ने इन पे दोषारोपण किया कि ये इनकी अपनी कुंठा है। तो इस तरह के दोषों को लेते हुए उनकी लेखनी चली। मित्रों मरजानी के अलावा इन्होंने अकेली लिखा, जिसमें अकेली एक बेटी है और माँ बहुत चिंतित है कि ये अकेली रहेगी तो कैसा होगा। तो माँ बोलती है उसे कि तुम किसे आवाज़ लगाओगी? तो बेटी कहती है कि मैं उसे आवाज़ लगाऊंगी जो मुझे आवाज़ लगाएगा। तो ये बहुत ही गहरी बातें हैं और इनसे जो है कृष्णा सोपती ने इसके द्वारा जो है महिलाओं की जो आपने जैसे बात किया कि वो कभी भी फेमिनिस्ट नहीं कहलाना चाहती थी। वो कहती थी कि साहित्य कभी भी पुरुष और स्त्री नहीं होता, साहित्य साहित्य होता है, वो एक मुद्दा होता है जो वो उठाते हैं। तो कृष्णा सोपती ने इन दोनों जो है, इसके अलावा मुझे याद है इन्होंने एक और बहुत अच्छी लंबी कहानियाँ लिखती थी, एक्चुअली कहानीकारा थी और उपन्यास और कहानी के बीच का इनका वो होता था। एक लिखी थी इन्होंने सूरजमुखी अंधेरे में। तो कितनी बड़ी बात है कि उस वक्त इन्होंने, आज से मेरे ख्याल से 70 साल 80 साल पहले, 70 साल तो हो गए होंगे, उन्होंने लिखी थी वो कहानी चाइल्ड एब्यूज़ पे। तो क्या ये विषय नया है? आज चाइल्ड एब्यूज़ पे गुड टच बैड टच कितनी बातें होती हैं, पर उस वक्त उन्होंने मुखरता से उस किरदार को गढ़ा तो उसका भी बड़ा विरोध हुआ। बहुत उनको जो है उनके बारे में सारिका में, धर्मयुग में बहुत कुछ ऐसा छपा और उनको दरकिरार किया, लेकिन वो कभी डरी नहीं, वो लिखती रही। और चाइल्ड एब्यूज़ पे उन्होंने एक रत्ती कैरेक्टर थी, तो वो रत्ती कैरेक्टर का उन्होंने ये नहीं उसको प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से दिखाया कि किसने चाइल्ड अब्यूज़ किया। उन्होंने रत्ती की मानसिकता दिखाई, क्योंकि उस वक्त जो है वो शोषित भी थी और उसको अपराध बोध भी कराया जाता था। अपराध बोध किससे? उसके फ्रेंड से, उसके सर्कल से, उसके समाज से। तो कृष्णा सोपती उससे लड़ी हैं। अब उसको अगर हम बेबाकी या बेशर्मपन या उसको वो कहे तो ये गलत होगा। तो वो अश्लील साहित्य यकीनन नहीं था। अब नेक्स्ट आपका था इस्मत चुगताई। इस्मत चुगताई की तो भाषा और शैली बड़ी ही प्यारी और बहुत ही अलग है। वो सब कुछ कह भी देती हैं और आप अंदर ही अंदर समझ भी लेते हैं, लेकिन उसको जो है, अब आपकी कल्पना शक्ति है कि आप उसको किस तरह से लेते हैं। और वाकई यदि आप उन्हें पढ़ें तो लगता है जैसे दृश्य दर दृश्य आपकी आंखों के सामने उतर रहे हैं। तो इस्मत चुगताई की एक कहानी थी लिहाफ, जो बहुत चर्चित हुई और बहुत परेशान हुई थी इस्मत चुगताई। उन्होंने कहा था कि गलती कर दी इसे लिख के, लेकिन ये विषय था समलैंगिकता पर, जिसमें कि एक औरत है और मज़े की बात ये कि इसमें औरत जो है वो जो है समलैंगिक संबंध रखती है, वो बुरा है, पर उसका पति भी रखता है और उसका पति पहले रखता है, चूँकि वो जो है ये जहाँ आपा जो हैं उनको नहीं देखते, तो उसके ऐसे संबंध बनते हैं। पर पुरुष पे कोई उंगली नहीं उठी, इन पर उठी। और इन्होंने इतना सुंदर, उसका सुंदर तो क्या मतलब ऐसा वर्णन किया है। और एक बच्ची जो है वो ऑब्जर्व करती है, वो मतलब बड़ी ही बारीकी से करती है कि वो जो आपा हैं वो किस तरह से उसको बड़े होके समझ में आता है कि वो क्या है। तो मुझे याद है लिहाफ जब इन्होंने लिखी थी तो इतनी बोल्ड स्टोरी इन्होंने अपनी शादी के 2 महीने पहले ही लिखी थी, और ये तब पाकिस्तान में थी और इन पर जो है लाहौर कोर्ट का मुकदमा चला था और मुस्लिम उससे आती थी। तो बहुत बड़ी बात थी, उतने बोल्ड आज़ादी के बहुत पहले इस विषय को उठाना, इस पे लिखना और इतना मतलब आरोप झेलना बहुत बड़ी बात थी। तो इनकी जो है ये कहानी, मैं तो कहूँगी कि लिहाफ आप ज़रूर पढ़ें, इसको नेट पे मिल जाएगी। और हाँ जी,
यहीं से आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो वीना जी, आपने भी मुझसे कहा पिछले दिनों जो बातचीत हुई उसमें, मीनू जी आपने भी हमेशा कहा, और निधि आपने इस बात को बहुत स्पष्टता से कहा कि इंसान जो भी सोचता है करता है, कहीं परछाइयाँ साथ चलती हैं, रिफ्लेक्शंस से कहते हैं। एक किस्सा है साल 1958 का, जब वियतनाम के राष्ट्रपति हो ची मिन्ह से अमृता प्रीतम की मुलाकात हुई और उन्होंने बड़े प्यार से अमृता प्रीतम को माथे पे चूम के कहा कि तुम और मैं दोनों सिपाही हैं, मैं तलवार से लड़ता हूँ और तुम कलम से लड़ती हो। और परछाइयों में एक बात आगे ये आती है कि जब अमृता प्रीतम 11 साल की थी और उनकी माँ बीमार थी, तो उनके पिताजी ने अमृता प्रीतम को कहा कि जाके भगवान से बोलो तो माँ बच जाएंगी, लेकिन उनकी माँ नहीं बची और उसके बाद से उन्होंने भगवान को मानना बंद कर दिया, या इस बात को स्पष्ट कहा कि मैं भगवान को नहीं मानती, लेकिन मैं रूहानी इश्क कर बैठी हूँ।
शुक्रिया रितु जी। सबसे पहले भी तो मैं बेबाकियत पर आप सबका आप सबका ध्यान डालना चाहूँगी और अपनी एक छोटी सी जो कविता मैंने लिखी है उसके ज़रिए आप तक बेबाकियत पहुँचाना चाहूँगी। मैं हूँ, न मीरा न राधा न दुर्गा की गाथा, न दुर्गा न काली न माँ शेरा वाली, तेरे सांचे पे रहकर नहीं मुझको चलना है, नहीं चुप रहकर संस्कारों का तमगा पहनना है, किसी के बाप की जागीर नहीं, बस इतना साबित करना है। तो आप ये मानिए कि जो बेबाकियत है, जो आज हम बात कर रहे हैं बेबाकी की, बहुत सारी लेखिकाएं जो इतने पुराने ज़माने में इतनी बेबाकियत से बात कह गई हैं, वो क्या है? कहीं ना कहीं मैं ये मानती हूँ कि बेबाकियत आपके बचपन से आपकी दहलीज पर कब आ जाती है आपको पता ही नहीं चलता। और जितने एक्सपीरियंस लाइफ के हैं, आप पैदा होते हैं, जवानी आती है, बुढ़ापा आता है, ये बेबाकियत एक दिन का काम नहीं है, ये पर्थ दर पर्थ चलती जाती है। अगर मैं इस बेबाकियत की बात कहूँ तो अमृता जी, इस्मत चुगताई जी और कृष्णा सोबती जी के बारे में मैं आपसे कहना चाहूँगी। तो सबसे पहले मैं लेती हूँ अमृता प्रीतम जी को, कि जैसे आपने कहा कि उनकी जो माँ बचपन में गुजर गई तो उनके ऊपर बहुत ही गहरा प्रभाव पड़ा, क्योंकि इम्प्रेशनेबल एज होती है एक बचपना। जब उनसे कहा गया कि आप मांगिए खुदा से कि आपकी माँ सही सलामत रहे, आपकी माँ बहुत बीमार है, आप खुदा से मांगिए। एक बच्ची के तौर पे उसने कहा कि हाँ ठीक है, मैं अपने खुदा से मांगती हूँ कि मेरी माँ जल्दी ठीक हो जाए। लोग कहते हैं कि बच्चे जो होते हैं उनकी बात खुदा ज़रूर सुनते हैं, मगर माँ जब ख़त्म हो गई तो अमृता को लगने लगा ये क्या हुआ, मेरे तो सारे जितने भी मेरे जज्बात मेरी माँ से जुड़े थे अचानक से चले गए। इसके बाद उनके ऊपर ये परतें बनती गई। ये पहली परत थी। उसके बाद दूसरी परत कब बनी, जब उसने देखा कि अपनी ग्रैंड मदर को कि उन्होंने घर की रसोई में कुछ बर्तन रखे हुए हैं और कुछ बर्तन हैं जो अलग रखे हुए हैं। उन्होंने पूछा कि माँ, दादी जी आप ये क्यों बर्तन अलग रखे हुए हैं? अरे नहीं, ये गैर मजहबी लोगों के लिए बर्तन रखे गए हैं। गैर मजहबी जो शब्द था, तो बिल्कुल, तो अमृता जी को लगा कि भाई ये गैर मजहबी नहीं, मुझे तो उधर ही जाना है। बोलते हैं ना, जितने दायरे आप गाड़ोगे उतना हम उस दीवार को फांदने की सोचते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं अमृता जी को लगने लगा ये गैर मजहबी, और उन्हें क्या पता था कि वो गैर मजहबी उनके आगे का जो इमरोज है, साहिर है, सभी से ताल्लुकात रखेगा। फिर उसके बाद जब 16वां साल की बात अमृता जी कहती हैं तो बहुत ही खूबसूरत तरीके से वो कहती हैं कि औरों की ज़िंदगी में 16 साल एक बार ही आता है, हमारी ज़िंदगी में, आपकी ज़िंदगी में, सबकी ज़िंदगी में एक 16वां साल। और उस समय का जो 16वां साल था वो आजकल के 16वें साल की तरह नहीं था। आजकल जो 16वां साल होता है वो बहुत जल्दी आ जाता है और चला भी जाता है और उसका पता भी नहीं चलता। तो उस समय जो 16वां साल अमृता जी का आया, उन्होंने कहा वो 16वां साल एक बार नहीं आया, वो मेरी पूरी ज़िंदगी में बार बार आता रहा। वो मेरी जवानी में आया, वो मेरे बुढ़ापे में आया, वो मेरे बचपने में आया। क्योंकि उस समय जब वो 16 साल की हुई तो उनके पिताजी जो थे नंद जी, वो काफ़ी धार्मिक उससे बैकग्राउंड से थे, वो बैराग को भी चले गए थे। तो उन्होंने क्या कहा कि काफिले रदीफ लिखेंगी आप कुछ भी नहीं लिखेंगी, आप ऐसा कुछ नहीं लिखेंगी जो जवानी से ताल्लुकात रखता है, जो कि बहुत ही बेबाक है, आप बस धार्मिक कविताएं लिखेंगी। अब देखिए, एक बेबाकी, एक दहलीज फिर उनके अगल बगल बांध दी गई। तो ये जो दायरे थे उन्हें क्रॉस करना ही था। तो उन्होंने कहा भाई नहीं, काफिले रदीफ अच्छी बच्ची के तौर पे मैं लिख लूंगी, मगर उम्र में काफिले रदीफ लिखूं ये मेरे से होगा नहीं, अंदर ही अंदर। तो इसी वजह से वो इतनी बेबाक हो गई। अब एक और दायरा उनका जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि ये जो दायरे की बात आती है, बचपन में अमृता जी से कहा जाता था कि भैया आप कीर्तन सोहिले का पाठ किया। आप में से बहुत सारे ऐसे होंगे जो पंजाब को बिलोंग करते होंगे, तो आपको पता होगा कीर्तन सोहिले का पाठ किया जाता है कि आप जब सोने के लिए जाएंगे तो सोते समय इसका पाठ किया जाता है। आपके अगल बगल एक चार दीवारी बन जाती है और माना जाता है कि सोने से पहले इसका अगर आप पाठ करेंगे तो आपको कोई कष्ट नहीं होगा, आपके अगल बगल एक सेफ्टी किला बन जाएगा, एक फोर्ट बन जाएगा। अब अमृता जी को लगा कि ये फोर्ट बन जाएगा, मतलब क्या है ये फोर्ट बन जाएगा, तो मतलब मेरे पास कोई आ ही नहीं सकता। और ये जानिए कि वो अकेलापन, बचपन का जो अकेलापन होता है, वो अक्सर उन्होंने एक इमेजिनरी कैरेक्टर बना दिया था कि जिनका उन्होंने नाम भी रख दिया था राजन, जो सपने में उनसे मिलने आया करता था। जब उनके पिताजी ने कहा कि कीर्तन सोहिले का पाठ कीजिए तो उन्होंने कहा मैं करूंगी, मगर बीच में मैं कुछ लाइंस छोड़ दूंगी ताकि अगर वो किला बनेगा उसमें थोड़ी जगह होगी तो राजन वहां से अंदर आ जाएंगे और मैं उनसे मुलाकात कर लूंगी। तो देखिए एक बाल मन और एक मासूमियत थी उनके अंदर, मगर वो बेबाकियत में तब्दील हो गई क्योंकि वो परत दर पर चलती रही। उसके बाद जब उन्होंने कीर्तन सोहिले का, नंद जी ने कहा नहीं सारे बच्चे कीर्तन सोहिले का पाठ करेंगे और वो बेड पे रह करके ही पढ़ेंगे और वो ऊंचे स्वर में पढ़ेंगे। अब अमृता जी को लगने लगा ऊंचे स्वर में पढ़ेंगे तो पहले मैं अपने राजन से बात कर लेती हूँ और उनको बुला लेती हूँ। तो उन्होंने अपने राजन को बुलाया कि तुम आ जाओ यार, बाद में कीर्तन सोहिले का पाठ कर लिया जाएगा। उसके बाद वो पाठ करती थी जोर से, मगर वो अंदर तो कहीं ना कहीं उनके अंदर ये जो बेबाकियत थी, ये उनकी, आप बोलते हैं ना कि आप जितना मिट्टी को पकड़ोगे, जितना आप कस करके चीजें पकड़ोगे, वो उतनी जल्दी हाथ से छूटने की कोशिश करेंगी। तो अक्सर अब देखिए मेंटालिटी, अमृता प्रीतम जी की जो साइकोलॉजिकली उनकी जो कंडीशन थी, कई बार वो साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, वो बड़ी अनस्टेबल टाइप की थी। उसमें क्या था कि उनको अक्सर बोला जाता था कि उनको एक सपना, हर समय उनके सपनों से, देखिए उनके जो साहित्य है वो सपनों से बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित है। वो सपनों में अक्सर देखती थी कि उनके अगल बगल एक किसी ने दायरा बना दिया है, किसी ने किला बना दिया है, वो उसको तोड़ रही हैं, वो उड़ रही हैं। तो एक साइकोलॉजिकली वो बेबाकियत जो है उनके अंदर कहीं ना कहीं एक कंट्रोल करने वाली जो बात थी ना, जिसको कंट्रोल कहते हैं कि कोई मेरे को कंट्रोल करना चाह रहा है और मुझे उससे बाहर निकलना है, तो वो चीज़ें थी, वो परत दर परत बनती गई और वो इस तरीके की बेबाकियत में आ गई। अब अगर हम लें उस्मत जुगदाई जी की, जैसे कि इन्होंने मीनू जी ने बात कही इस्मत जुगदाई जी की, तो उनका अब देखिए उनका कैसे जो उनका जो चाइल्डहुड, उसके बाद उनका आगे का स्क्रीन प्ले राइटर रही, उन्होंने कई नैरेटिव्स लिखे, तो किस तरीके से उनका ये जो था रिफ्लेक्शन उनकी पर्सनालिटी में कैसे आया। इस्मत जुगदाई जी ने सबसे पहले वो बहुत ही बड़ी फैमिली को बिलोंग करती थी, 10 भाई बहन से, उनमें सबसे छोटी थी इस्मत जी। भाइयों के साथ बहुत रही, मार धाड़ लड़ाई सब कुछ करना, टॉमबॉयज टाइप की उनकी एक इमेज बन गई थी। उनकी माँ उनको छोड़ना नहीं चाहती थी अकेले, कि भाई अकेली अगर लड़की को छोड़ दिया तो किसी का सर फोड़ देगी या कुछ भी कर देगी। तो इसके लिए उन्होंने, जैसे आपने बताया कि लिहाफ, जो बहुत ही खूबसूरत एक लिहाफ है, उस जमाने में उन्होंने कि क्यों मैं लड़की की तरह क्यों रहूं, मैं लड़के की तरह क्यों नहीं रह सकती, जरूरी थोड़ी है कि मैं हर समय बिंदी लगा करके, चूड़ियां पहन करके गुड्डा गुड़िया का खेल खेल सकती हूँ, नहीं मैं कुछ और भी कर सकती हूँ, मैं राइटिंग कर सकती हूँ। उनको रोका गया कि आप नहीं, आगे नहीं पढ़ेंगी। उन्होंने कहा नहीं, मैं अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी से मैंने करना है, मैंने BA करना है। वहां जाकर के उनको बहुत सारे लोगों का योगदान मिला, जिससे कि उन्होंने आगे कहानियां लिखी। अब देखिए हमारा समाज क्या है, हम लोग बोलते हैं बेबाकियत, बेबाकियत हर कोई बोलेगा हाँ बेबाकियत बहुत प्रचलन में है बेबाकी। आप इंस्टा रील में देखेंगे आप बेबाक तरीके से, आपने कपड़े बिल्कुल अधगुले खोले हुए हैं, आप बीड़ी पी रहे हैं, सिगरेट पी रहे हैं, आप नशा कर रहे हैं, ये बेबाकियत है? ये कोई बेबाकियत नहीं। बेबाकियत थी इस्मत जुगदाई जी ने उस जमाने में चाइल्ड अब्यूज के बारे में लिखा था, और उन्होंने चाइल्ड अब्यूज के बारे में लिहाफ में लिखा था, और ताजुब की बात है उस लिहाफ के लिए लोगों ने विरोध किया। और आज हम अपने स्कूल्स में बच्चों की इंटरैक्टिव सेशन कराते हैं, गुड टच बैड टच, जो कि इतने टाइम पहले उन्होंने, जुगदाई जी ने इतने टाइम पहले सबको बता दिया था। उसके बाद उनके ऊपर बहुत सारे इल्जामात लगे कि भाई बहुत ही गंदी तरीके की लिखती हैं वो, अरे उनकी किताबें मत पढ़ी, बहुत ही गंदा लिखते हैं। तो क्या है हमारे समाज में इतना डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कि गंदा बुरा, मतलब जो बेबाकियत है वो शायद धीरे धीरे आएगी, बट आजकल के ज़माने में जिस तरीके से बेबाकियत को लिया जाता है मैं बिल्कुल नहीं मानती। हाँ, वो बेबाकियत थी। इस्मत जी का समलैंगिक संबंधों पे, लेस्बियन, आज हम सब लोग जानते हैं लेस्बियन के बारे में, हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे राइट्स ले लिए, एक जेंडर अलग हो गया है, मगर उस ज़माने में वो बात इतने हौसले से कह जाना, वो एक बेबाकियत थी। अब कृष्णा सोबती जी का ले लीजिए एग्जाम्पल। अभी मैं उनको ये एग्जाम्पल ज़रूर देना चाहूँगी कि कृष्णा, जैसे कि आपने भी बताया, कृष्णा शोभजित जी के साथ ये था कि उन्होंने जितना भी उन्होंने जो भी राइटअप्स उन्होंने स्टोरी वगैरह लिखी, उनकी भाषा में बहुत ही डिफरेंट काइंड का, मतलब इट वाज अ मिक्सचर। आप मानती है कि उनका जो था, जब मैं उनको पढ़ना शुरू करती हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि मुझे डिक्शनरी निकालनी पड़ेगी, कई ऐसे वर्ड है। तो पहले तो उनको करार दिया गया, क्योंकि हर समय ये होता है, आजकल के ज़माने में भी वो है कि भाई फीमेल है तो उसको ऐसे वर्ड्स का प्रयोग करना चाहिए, मगर उनकी एक अलग जुबान थी। उन्होंने मिक्सचर ऑफ राजस्थान, गुजरात जहाँ पर उनका जन्म हुआ, और पंजाब, उधर की जो मिक्सचर लैंग्वेज में उन्होंने लिखना शुरू किया। बहुत सारे उनके ऊपर कटाक्ष किए गए कि भाई कृष्णा सोबती ऐसा लिखती हैं, इनको तो कैसे कर लिया, ये कोई लिटरेरी राइटिंग नहीं है, ये कुछ नहीं है। उस जमाने पर अपना स्टबर्न रहना, अपने तरीके से उन्होंने लिखना। अब मैं आपको एक किताबनामा के बारे में बताना चाहूँगी। किताबनामा, उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी थी, तो किताबनामा में उन्होंने काफ़ी, मतलब जो लोकल, जो वहाँ का मूल रूप से था, उस क्राउड के बारे में लिखा था। जब मित्रों मरजानी आपने बताया, उसमें भी काफ़ी कुछ लिखा। तो किताबनामा इन्होंने जब लिखना शुरू किया तो एडिटर्स ने उनसे कहा कि भाई आप अपनी भाषा को थोड़ा बदल दीजिए। उन्होंने कहा बदलूंगी नहीं मैं भाषा। तो उन एडिटर्स ने चुपचाप से उसमें से जो उनके मिक्स वर्ड थे उनको संस्कृत और हिंदी में कर दिया। जब संस्कृत और हिंदी में कर दिया तो उनको लगने लगा कि और किताबनामा को उनको दिखाया तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई संस्कृत और हिंदी में कर दिया आपने इनको, मेरी तो अलग भाषा थी। तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं मैडम, ये तो ऐसे ही चलने वाला है। तो उसके बाद जो कृष्णा सोबती जी ने थी, उन्होंने पैसे दिए कि ये सब जला दिया जाए, मैं आपको पैसे पे करती हूँ, मैं आपको मनी पे करती हूँ, आप इसको नष्ट कर दीजिए, मुझे इस तरीके का पब्लिकेशन नहीं चाहिए। तो ये एक बेबाकियत उनकी भाषा में थी।
यहीं पे बीना जी आपसे वो बात पूछना चाहूँगी जो हमने एक बार करी थी। एक लेखिका थी जिन्होंने इस बारे में भी लिखा कि मैं क्यों अपने पति के लिए बैठी रहूं, कि उन्होंने नहीं खाया तो मैं क्यों खाऊं, या वो जा रहे हैं तो मैं दरवाजे तक जाके उनको रुखसत करके आऊं। मैं तो इंतज़ार करती हूँ कि कब वो जाएं और कब मैं खुद की मुलाकात कराऊं, और मेरा चाय का कप तैयार रहता है और आवाज़ आती है पैरों की गए और ऋतु जिंदा हो जाती है। कितनी ऋतु सी हो जाती हूँ मैं।
ऋतु, शायद ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ मेरी दोस्तें यहाँ पर बैठी हैं, मुझे लग रहा है शायद तुम मेरी सच्चाई बता रही हो सबके सामने। और हम लोग अक्सर बहुत खुशी मनाते हैं कि अगर कहीं हस्बैंड बहुत ज़्यादा दिन के लिए जा रहे होते तो हम जल्दी जल्दी से प्लान बना लेते हैं कि भाई कौन कौन सी पिक्चर देखनी है, किस किस गाने पे डांस करना है, आओ सब लोग इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं। बट हाँ ठीक है, वो सब और जीना भी चाहिए अपने लिए, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि हम यहाँ पर हम उनको शायद याद नहीं करते, ठीक है, उन्हें भी उतना, हाँ, उतना ही याद करते हैं जी। और ऋतु, कुछ बहुत जैसे मेरे दिल के करीब, हम यहाँ पे कृष्णा सोबती जी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, अमृता प्रीतम जी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, मैं थोड़ा सा मनु भंडारी जी के बारे में बताना चाहूँगी अगर आप इजाज़त दें तो। मनु भंडारी जी की एक किताब है, मेरी गुजारिश है आप लोगों से जो लोग यहाँ पर हैं, आपका बंटी, प्लीज़ आप उस किताब को ज़रूर पढ़िएगा। हम में से बहुत सारे लोगों को उस पुस्तक के बारे में पता नहीं, और ये शायद नहीं पता है कि वो मनु भंडारी जी ने लिखी थी, और उस पर प्रोड्यूसर नाटकर्णी जी ने, जो मराठी के हैं, उन्होंने फिल्म बनाई थी और बहुत सारे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय फिल्म उत्सव में उस किताब को मतलब उस पिक्चर को जो है पुरस्कृत किया गया। और मतलब एक जो औरत का मन होता है, जो एक संवेदनशीलता होती है, उसमें एक बारीकी जो होती है, उसको पकड़ने की शायद कहीं ना कहीं मनु भंडारी जी की किताबों में हमें वो देखने को मिला। और भाषा बहुत सरल है, कोई उसमें दुरूह नहीं है, दुष्कर नहीं है, और लेकिन जो भाषा शैली है वो इतनी प्रभावशाली है कि आप बड़े स्वाद ले ले करके उसको पढ़ते हैं। तो आपका बंटी जो है एक बच्चा है छोटा सा 8-10 साल का, और जिसके माता पिता जो है तलाक लेना चाहते हैं, और बच्चा जो है माँ के पास रह जाता है, पिता चले जाते हैं, कुछ दिन बाद पिता शादी कर लेते हैं। अब यहाँ पर माँ को लगता है कि सबक मुझे भी सिखाना है अपने पति को, और अगर वो दूसरी शादी करके इतना खुश है तो मैं क्यों नहीं खुश रह सकती हूँ। और वो भी एक दोबारा शादी करने का निर्णय लेती हैं, शादी कर लेती हैं वो, और पहले से 2 या 3 बच्चे हैं उस घर में, बहुत उनकी कोशिश होती है। अब यहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ा अंतर देखने को मिलता है, जो स्त्री है जो कि माँ है, वो दूसरे भी 2 बच्चों का उतना ही ख्याल रखती है जितना वो बंटी का, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं बंटी को वो प्यार नहीं मिल पाता है अपने दूसरे पिता से जिसको वो तलाश कर रहा है। और वो जो है एक दिन अपने पिता को पत्र लिखता है कि आप मुझे आकर के यहाँ से लेकर के जाइए, और पत्र का अंत आपका बंटी से होता है। पिता आके ले भी जाते हैं उसे, लेकिन वहाँ पर दूसरी माँ वो स्नेह नहीं दे सकती है, रोज रोज के लड़ाई झगड़े से तंग होकर अंत में ये निर्णय लिया जाता है कि बच्चे को एक छात्रावास में डाल दिया जाएगा। और जब बच्चा वहाँ से जाता है छात्रावास के लिए, तो रास्ते के एक एक मंजर, एक एक दृश्य उस बच्चे को उस समय की याद दिलाते हैं जब वो अपने माता पिता के साथ था। और कहानी और उससे रुका नहीं जाता है, वो बहुत अधिक रोना शुरू हो जाता है। कहानी वहीं पर समाप्त ज़रूर हो जाती है, लेकिन अगर हम कोशिश करें देखने की तो शायद इस तरह का बंटी आपके पास भी कहीं ना कहीं है और हमारे आसपास भी कहीं ना कहीं है। तो अगर इन समस्याओं को हम थोड़ा और करीब से जाके थोड़ी और संवेदनशीलता के साथ देखें, तो मनु भंडारी जी जैसी लेखिकाएं, ममता कालिया जैसी लेखिकाएं, चित्रा मुदगल जैसी लेखिकाएं हमारे आसपास आपको बहुत देखने को मिलेंगी। और यहाँ पर ऋतु अगर इजाज़त हो, समय हो, तो एक किताब है जान कुइयाँ करके, जो कि नासिरा शर्मा ने, जिनका नाम शायद हम लोग उतना नहीं जानते हैं, उन्होंने जो है पानी की समस्या पे लिखा उनका एक उपन्यास है। तो मुझे ये चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं बहुत छूती हैं कि हम कई बार अपने संघर्षों से उभर करके हम दूसरी समस्याओं की ओर भी देखने की कोशिश करते हैं, और शायद नज़र के साथ साथ एक नज़रिए को भी बदलने की ज़रूरत होती है। और एक बहुत बस एक लाइन में एक आखिरी बात कहना चाहूँगी। कृष्णा सोबती जी ने 70 साल की उम्र में विवाह किया था, जो कि मेरे लिए बहुत ही आश्चर्यजनक था। और मुझे लगा कि भाई ये क्या मैं सच में पढ़ रही हूँ या देख रही हूँ, लेकिन हाँ वो एक हकीकत थी, बेबाकी थी। और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने 2019 में उनका देहावसान हुआ कृष्णा सोबती जी का। और ऐसा नहीं है कि वो सिर्फ उन्हीं विषयों पे लिखती रहीं, उन्होंने सरकार की भी जो चीज़ें उन्हें अच्छी या बुरी लगी उस पर भी उन्होंने जो है खुलकर अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए। आई थिंक अब मुझे अपनी वाणी को यही विराम देना चाहिए, जिससे मंच पर बैठे दूसरे लोग भी बोल सके। शुक्रिया।
आपकी और मेरी एक बात होती रही, नहीं शायद कि बेबाकी इस जन्म की और जो परछाइयाँ आई उनके साथ तो चली, पर ले दे के बाद फिर अमृता जी पे आई जाती है, पर बेबाकी तो अगले जन्म की भी हो गई। मैं तेनू फिर मिलांगी कि मैं साहिर की ना हो पाई, इमरोज़ की ना हो पाई, पर मैं इमरोज़ को ये बोल के जा रही हूँ कि मैं तेरे को फिर मिलूँगी, इंतज़ार करना।
अमृता प्रीतम की जो जीवनी है बहुत छोटी सी है। मुझे याद है खुशवंत सिंह ने एक बार उनसे कहा था कि तुम्हारी बहुत छोटी सी जीवनी है। 11 साल की उम्र में तुम्हारी माँ नहीं रही, 16 साल की उम्र में तुमने किताब लिखी, 16 साल की उम्र में तुम्हारी शादी हुई और बस इतनी सी तुम्हारी ज़िंदगी। तो मुझे याद है जब इन्होंने 25 साल वैवाहिक जीवन के बाद जो है 16 साल में तो शादी हुई थी, इन्होंने प्रीतम सिंह से जब तलाक लिया तो उसके बाद उस समय इनके जीवन में एक साहिर लुधियानवी करके जो है वो आ गए थे और साहिर को ये पसंद करती थी। वो अलग बात है कि साहिर लुधियानवी ने कभी भी अपने मुंह से नहीं बोला कि वो जो है अमृता जी के करीब है नहीं है। तो उसके बाद जो है जब साहिर की जीवन में कोई और आया तो ये इमरोज़ जो कि इमरोज़ ने इनकी कवर पेज बनाया था एक किताब का तो ये उनके साथ जुड़ी और फिर उसके बाद ये 50 साल तक इमरोज़ के साथ रही। उन्होंने उन्हीं के बाहों में जो है दम भी तोड़ा। इमरोज़ ने बहुत सेवा की और दोनों साथ साथ रहे पर एक घर में अलग अलग कमरों में। तो ये एक जो है इसको हम हाँ प्लेटोनिक लव या रूहानियत कह सकते हैं। और इनका एक किस्सा बड़ा प्यारा सा है कि ये इमरोज़ की स्कूटर पे जा रही थी और इमरोज़ की पीठ पे जो है ये साहिर लिख रही थी। तो इन्होंने पूछा इमरोज़ से कि तुम्हें बुरा तो नहीं लगा? तो वो बोले कि पीठ भी तुम्हारी और साहिर भी तुम्हारा, तो किस बात का ये बुरा मानना। तो मतलब बहुत ही एक प्यारा सा रूहानी रिश्ता था। और इसके अलावा जहाँ आपने अभी मन्नू भंडारी की बात करी है तो वो नॉवल मैंने अभी हाल ही में पढ़ी, आपका बंटी। वाकई बहुत मार्मिक, बहुत प्यारा वो नॉवल है, आप ज़रूर पढ़िएगा, ऑडियो में भी है। इसमें बस एक चीज़ मैं जोड़ूंगी, भगवान ना करे पर जिन हस्बैंड वाइफ में अगर थोड़ा सा भी रिफ्ट है तो उन्हें ये नॉवल ज़रूर पढ़ना चाहिए। इसमें अंत में एक ही बात आती है कि पति पत्नी अपनी अपनी राह में आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, बच्चा वही रह जाता है। तो बच्चे का जो उन्होंने दर्द महसूस किया है बहुत ही बेलाग लिखा है उन्होंने, लेकिन दबे ढके शब्दों में। उनकी जो भाषा थी वो कृष्णा सोपती और मृदुला गर्ग की जो बात करें, मृदुला गर्ग की जैसे एक चितकोबरा उन्होंने लिखा था, बहुत ही उसके बोल्ड उसके कुछ पेजेस थे जिसको बोला गया कि रीतिकाल के जो हैं लोग भी नहीं इस तरह से लिख सकते हैं। बहुत अश्लील किया, 12,000 कॉपियाँ जब्त भी कर ली, पुलिस तक उनके घर चली गई थी उनको लेने के लिए। जबकि सॉरी, मृदुला गर्ग का हर 5वां कैरेक्टर पुरुष होता था, वो हमेशा महिला पे ही लिखती रही हैं। तो उन्होंने भी चितकोबरा, कटगुलाब ये सब लिख के उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा विरोध सहा है। इसके अलावा एक चीज़ मैं और कहना चाहूँगी कि जैसे ज़रूरी नहीं है कि बोल्ड विषय पे लिखने के लिए हमें बोल्ड भाषा का ही इस्तेमाल करना पड़े। यहाँ पर मैं मालती जोशी को बहुत मानती हूँ। उन्होंने बहुत समस्याओं पे, जैसे उनके टाइम पे रीमैरिज, जैसे कि दुहाजू जो होता था उससे बेटी को ब्याह देते थे, धन वगैरह नहीं होता था, उस पर उन्होंने बहुत लिखा। और मालती जोशी हमेशा कहती थी कि मैं अतरंग संबंधों को ऐसे खुलेपन के साथ कैसे रख दूं किसी के सामने। वो हमेशा उनकी जब भी आप नॉवल पढ़ेंगे या स्टोरी पढ़ेंगे वो सब कुछ लिखती थी, लेकिन उनका जो भाषा का शिल्प था वो पाठक की कल्पना पर छोड़ देती थी। जैसे वो एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे वो कुछ ऐसा लिखेंगी कि वो लड़का और वो लड़की उस कमरे में थे, जब बाहर निकले तो लड़की तन और मन से बदल चुकी थी। तो मतलब बहुत ही दबा दबा भी होता था और खुला खुला भी होता था, मुखरता भी होती थी, लेकिन एक शालीन ढंग से होती थी। तो ये एक अलग बात है। वो अलग बात है कि लेखिकाओं की जो है भाषा पे हम कोई सवाल नहीं उठा सकते। सबकी भाषा का एक अलग जो है नज़रिया होता है, अलग तरीका होता है। तो कृष्णा सोबती का एक अलग तरीका था, मृदुला गर्ग ने जो है वो अलग तरीके से लिखे। तो हम ऐसा नहीं कह सकते सकते कि बेबाकियत में जो है या बेलाग लिखने में हम सिर्फ इन्हीं राइटर्स को, इन्हीं लेखिकाओं को अपने सामने रखें। हमारे पास बहुत सारी ऐसी जो है लेखिकाएं हैं जिनको हम पढ़ सकते हैं। तो मालती जोशी को ज़रूर पढ़िए, और मनु भंडारी जी की तो बहुत ही सरल और सहज भाषा है, बहुत प्यारी, और बिल्कुल ऐसी कि अगर आप आपका बंटी पढ़ना शुरू करेंगे तो आप उसे छोड़ेंगे नहीं। तो बस यही।
संग्रहित तौर पे शायद बात वही हुई कि मेरा पक्ष आपके समक्ष प्रेषित करने की मेरी अदम्य कोशिश, बेबाकी, बस
बिल्कुल
और कुछ भी नहीं।
बिल्कुल सही।
आप सबका बहुत आभार कि आप इस मंच पे हमारे साथ शामिल हुए, और बस इसी के साथ हम समाप्त करते हैं।
तहे दिल से शुक्रिया ऋतु आपका, आप दोनों लोगों का और समस्त दर्शकों का।
निधि अपनी कुछ उन्होंने 2 लाइनें लिखी हैं जिनके साथ वो आज की पूरी हमारी जो बात हुई कि ये रूह और ये दिमाग किस तरह अलग सोच सकता है या जी सकता है, उसको संग्रहित करते हुए इन्होंने कुछ लिखा है। तो शायद वो इस पूरी वार्तालाप को और इस विचार विमर्श को आपके सामने पेश कर देगा। निधि।
बेबाकियत का अंतिम पड़ाव है ये मेरी ये छोटी सी कविता। सुंदर हूं मैं अपने ही ढंग से, न कम हूं किसी से न ज्यादा किसी से। मैं रानी, मैं माया, मैं शीतल, मैं छाया, तुलना मेरी किसी से यूं करवाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। पजामा पहन लूं मैं साड़ी, पहन लूं स्कर्ट या चलाऊं मैं गाड़ी। मैं स्कूटी दौड़ाऊं या पैदल ही जाऊं, उंगली मुझे तुम यूं दिखाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। करूं काम बाहर या घर में चलाऊं, रहूं बिखरी बिखरी या खुद को सजाऊं। हंसूं मैं खुल के या एटीट्यूड दिखाऊं, भौएं तुम अपनी यूं चढ़ाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। मैं चश्मा पहनूं या टैटू गुदवाऊं, रहूं बिन मेकअप के या सैलून जाऊं। ये जिंदगी मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, ये कहकर मुझे आजमाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। मैं लंबी, मैं छोटी, मैं पतली, मैं मोटी, मैं काली, मैं गोरी, मैं रंगों की बोरी। मैं जैसी भी हूं उस खुदा ने गढ़ी हूं, कठपुतली समझ यूं बरगलाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। मैं साइंटिस्ट, मैं आर्टिस्ट, मैं लेखक, मैं राइटर, मैं डेंटिस्ट, मैं कारपेंटर या रहूं घर ही पर। मैं नाचूं, मैं गाऊं या मैं खिलखिलाऊं, भौएं तुम अपनी यूं चढ़ाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। अब लास्ट लाइंस पर आप सबका ध्यान चाहूंगी। जब बेबाकियत की बात आई गई है तो आजकल जनरली लोगों को कहते हुए सुना है कि शादी नहीं हो रही, अरे शादी हो गई तो बच्चा हो कब कर रहे हो। तो इस तरीके की जो दकियानुसी बात है उसके ऊपर ये मेरी लास्ट लाइन्स हैं। मेरे दायरे, मेरे सबसे पहले मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगी कि किस तरीके से आजकल जो कमेंट करते हैं, लोगों पर कमेंट करते हैं, शादी करूं मैं रहूं बिन बच्चे, मेरे दायरे, मेरे पंख अपने, मेरी ख्वाहिशें, मेरे चंद सपने, परवाज़ों पे रोड़े अटकाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। मेरा दुपट्टा मेरी रूह का पैमाना नहीं। शुक्रिया।
खुद से खुद की मोहब्बत बेबाकी आपको निधि जी। थैंक यू वेरी मच मीनू जी, निधि जी।
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. This was a riveting discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. Ritu. Thank you, ma'am. Out of the night that covers me, black as a peat from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. These few lines from the poem Invictus embodies the tenacity of our armed forces fraternity. This tenacity helps us to stay strong at all times. Now we have the next event, Dil Ke Kalam Se, writing about war heroes in a conversation with Rachna Bisht ma'am and Neha Trivedi ma'am. The moderator for the event is Swati Raj. She's a freelance writer and a communicative skill trainer. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, please have your seat.
से ढलकते हुए शबनम के वो कतरे, बारिश से ढलकते हुए शबनम के वो कतरे, आंखों से झलकता हुआ वो बरसात का आलम, वो नजरों ही नजरों में सवालात की दुनिया, वो आंखों ही आंखों में जवाबात का आलम, मुद्दत में वो फिर ताज़ा मुलाकात का आलम।
Good afternoon, ladies. We'll start the session in the next 5 minutes. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Yeah, it's called The Lone Wolf. It's about the story of Colonel Ashok Tara and the rescue of Sheikh Hasina in 71, right? Like a day after the surrender.
I saw a post and I was thinking of because it's sounding interesting.
Sorry?
Malika.
Penguin, yes.
Yeah, Malika contacted me day before.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was in touch with Vaishali.
Yeah, she's the, yeah. Malika is a publicist, yeah. Yeah.
Penguin doesn't have any books here. Even Neha's book is not
No,
there.
so that's why I found out, Ms. Javed. So they said that they've gone to the publishers and the publishers have, whoever have they have come and they've put publisher specific stalls, right? So even if like let's say you and me want to put up our own books, why is any other publisher going to put our books? So either we take our own stand.
Penguin should have put up a stall.
Same thing, and I'm telling them that we are both on the panel. You have Penguin books, I have Penguin books, and they've just come out also. It makes so much sense. And we're in a crowd which will be willing to read which will be willing to read and pick up this
stall negotiation will work.
Yeah,
that's so.
They've been saying that they have these
but generally they go all out to put up their books just anywhere.
This is the
But
they
they don't have a
did.
vendor.
That's what I'm very surprised this time because at
they
BAK
should have
they
a
did
vendor
it a
actually.
lot.
They don't have a vendor. You know, like a book stall where you have all publishers.
No, this guy is the vendor. One of the guys who's sitting here.
Yeah, he's a vendor.
Ajay or somebody. No, what's his name?
I don't know them. But what I was told was that because of their COVID specific guidelines now, they are not really investing a lot on offline events. But my point is, if offline events are happening,
bull crap. That is, they've decided what.
I mean, this is.
Acha, is that how it is? Okay.
This is how it
No, but Penguin should have also been more active.
They should have. And I've been talking about this event to them last entire week. Last entire week, and then Vishali, somebody, I gave her I'm trying to put it, but I don't put so much
from the authority, from the publisher, you know.
होना तो चाहिए. I mean, it's an army event. It's an army
होना
event.
चाहिए, बिल्कुल होना चाहिए. ऐसे event में तो बिल्कुल होना चाहिए. And it's
And it
unfortunate
will,
कि नहीं है.
and it will have like a good
काफी जरूरी है.
support. They definitely seem like 20, I would say.
It might seem like 20, but more than 15. No.
3 engineers regiment.
I'm so nice that you've forgotten those counters. That's a good thing. Yeah,
We should also enjoy it.
for sure.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Naravne and all the lovely ladies present here today. दिल की कलम से मैं आपका सबका स्वागत है. We have with us two distinguished panelists, writers, chroniclers of martyrs, sacrifice, devotion, and loss of life in the line of duty. We have Mrs. Rachna Bisht Rawat and Mrs. Neha Dwivedi. Let's have a round of applause for them, ladies. Both prolific writers, having written and chronicled the stories of martyrs, of people who've lost their lives in the line of duty, and have relayed personal losses, especially, as we all know, in the case of Neha Dwivedi. So without further ado, let me jump right in. As chroniclers of personal loss and stories that touch your heart, where do you see, ladies, your mission as army wives, as army children, both of you, and as tellers of stories of the army to the outside world? What is your personal mission?
So, to be very frank, when I started, it wasn't a mission. It was just a book that I was dying to write. I had been working for the Indian Express till I got married 25 years back. And then I had to leave my career in journalism because I fell in love with an army officer and I decided I loved him more than I loved writing. So I left that. And After 20 years of doing blogs, odd jobs, which all of us army wives are very familiar with. You go to a small town, you pick up whatever job is offered to you. Sometimes there are army schools where you can teach, sometimes there's nothing. So after those 20 years, I was approached by an ex-colleague from Indian Express who was working with Penguin Random House. And she said they were looking for an author for a book they wanted out on the 21 Paramveer Chakra award winners of our country, which is the highest gallantry award, and most often it is given posthumous. So only 3 of them were alive, the rest we had lost. And it was going to be their biographies. And she said, we can't pay you too much money for it. So you can just do your research on Google, put it together, and give us a book. Since I did not have any writing opportunities, I was willing to do just anything to get a book out. And I said yes. And of course, they didn't pay me much. And when I started that book, I had just started writing it. And my intention was to Wikipedia and Google and put things together, visit a few libraries and write it. But then I got a phone call, and it was from Vikram Batra's father. Vikram Batra, the Paramveer Chakra award winner, his father called me up, Mr. Girdhari Lal Batra, and he said, I don't know where he got my number from. So he said, Beta, हमने सुना आप विक्रम की कहानी लिख रही हैं. So I said, yes, I'm writing that story. So he said, when are you coming to Palampur? हमारे गाँव, बांदला गाँव, आप कब आएंगी? I had no intention of going to Bandla Gaon. So I told him, sir, I'm sorry, I won't have time. मेरे को 21 कहानियाँ लिखनी है 1 साल में. मैं आपको फ़ोन पे इंटरव्यू कर लूँगी और लिख लूँगी. तो he said कि नहीं, आप कैसे लिखेंगी विक्रम के बारे में? How will you know Vikram till you meet us? So I understand you're busy. Vikram's mother and I will come and meet you in Delhi. And I felt so ashamed of myself that they had lost a son. That old man was willing to travel to me. So that was, I think, a life changer, because then I said, sir, I will come and meet you. Then I decided to forget how much money it was going to cost me. I booked an air ticket to Palampur. I went to Bandla Gaon. I stayed with them. And in the army, I realized the families that we have in regiments and battalions, that extends to the families of martyrs. They treated me like their daughter. They offered me their house. They kept me in their house. They fed me. I listened to Vikram's story. I met his friends, his mother. And his mother told me that when Vikram died, she said she had 3 daughters. And then she desperately wanted a son. So she prayed to God कि एक बेटा चाहिए. And she got twin boys. So she said कि जब 2 बेटे हुए तो I used to always think कि भगवान ने मुझे 2 बच्चे क्यों दिए, 2 लड़के क्यों दिए, मुझे तो एक ही चाहिए था. And she said when Vikram died in battle, that time I realized कि एक बेटा देश के लिए दिया था और एक मेरे लिए दिया था. So I think when I met these families, I realized that all they needed from us was reassurance that we remembered the sacrifice of their husbands, their fathers, their children. That was all that they needed from us, and that was all that we could give them. We cannot bring those people back. So I think after that, it became a mission.
Thank you so much, Rachna, for sharing that personal journey of evolution. I'm sure, Neha, you can relate to that. What is your, yes, and it's a very personal story of yours, of course, and a heart-touching one. Go ahead.
This is working. So I think I do relate to Mrs. Rawat's story also a little bit, because when I also actually got offered to do the book. I'm a doctor by profession. I never thought I would write a book at all in my life. However, writing was something that I used to do right after we lost my father. I was just 12 years old at that time, and I was very, very attached to him. I'm sure we are all, you know, girls here, and you know how girls' attachments are there with their fathers. So I was very, very attached to him, and I always used to think that, you know, he was the savior of me, because, you know, I was a naughty child. People would scold me. My mother was strict, but my father would always come, like, you know, and save me from scoldings or whatever else. And so when we lost him, and in a, you know, really unprepared manner, because as a child you were never thinking, even as an adult, you're never thinking something bad is going to happen to you till it does. So when it did, I think there were times that I would be sitting as a child, I would be sitting, maybe freshly got scolded by mummy or somebody. And I would be sitting and thinking that, you know, I don't know who to speak to now, right? Who to tell, who is going to be on my side anymore. So I started writing then actually, and I used to maintain a diary, and I used to write Dear Diary, and then I stopped writing diary and I started writing Dear Daddy. But then, and I would like to make a mention because a lot of you are mothers, and I think at some point someone opened my diary and I stopped writing. So never do that to your daughters or your kids in general. So, but I realized that writing, was very, very therapeutic in the manner that whatever I wanted to say or was embarrassed to say or share with anyone else or did not feel comfortable doing that, writing gave it all to me. So, so yeah, I didn't have any professional training in it. I continued it for some time. I eventually wrote on some online platforms also. And then when Colonel V.N. Thapar wanted to come out with a book about the story of his son, is when an editor from Penguin, much like how Mrs. Rawat, you were given a call, I received a call saying, he wants to write a book about his son's, a biography, and we need someone to write it with him. So, would it be something that you would do? So I said, of course, firstly, I also really jumped at the opportunity and I was like, okay, there is no better way to, in fact, if this is something I'm passionate about and, I think it will really help me also to come up with somebody's personal story. And I think that's my forte also, just, understanding human relationships. I'm very, very intrigued and passionate about that since always. However, when I realized when it was all done, when we were all ready to go with it, I got a little intimidated. I also read your book. I read Brave, and I got a little intimidated, thinking, I'm supposed to write a biography of someone who's not there anymore. Right? How do I write the life story of somebody who I will never even meet? That intimidated me, and I was like, for me, and it was not going to be a short story. It had to be a whole book. It had to be about every aspect of him. So I actually myself decided that I will go and meet everybody. I asked my sister, she's also a writer, in fact. So we used to discuss, what to do, and she'd come up with a book called Letters from Kargil a few years back. So she said, just call them and speak to them, and just have a conversation. And, I said, I know how it is to feel that loss. I know how I feel, how empty I would feel if I would not be able to tell the entire story of my father. If someone asks me tomorrow on the phone, mein kitna bata paungi, I don't know. So I thought, okay, fine, I'll do whatever it would take to at least reach the point where I can think like Vijayant. And for that, I will definitely have to meet everybody. So in my first meeting with Colonel Mrs. Thapar, and we'd known them for years, obviously, all martyr families also kind of keep in touch with each other. So I went to him and I sat with both of them and I made a list of people that I would speak to. And in the list, there were many, his cousins, his friends, his regiment. I went to Jaipur to visit his regiment also just to get a feel of how the people who had served with him felt about him. I wanted to see the Mandir of Karni Mata. And it was beautiful because in my journey of trying to figure out about him, I actually got in touch with somebody who had known him when he was in class 3, never met him after class 3, but still remembered so much about him, and he was sitting in the US, so I couldn't meet him. I wish I could, but I spoke to him about on the phone, and I realized how vivid people's memories are and how special these we call them heroes are, yet they are humans like you and me. And they have the same aspirations in life, they have the same dreams, they have the same issues also, about themselves or with the world. And they're people like you and me that we kind of put the burden of being a hero of. So for me, the mission also came across after after doing this story, because I was like, ऐसे बहुत लोग हैं, and everybody deserves to know about them. Their stories deserve to be spoken of, and I'm so glad that people like Mrs. Rawat also are on this journey, because and दो तीन लोग कमी हैं वैसे. I mean, there are lots of stories out there that deserve to be told. So I guess that's the mission now.
Great. Both of you spoke about connecting with the families, building a relationship, being passionate and emotional about conveying their stories. Now, talking about the authorial journeys, putting pen to paper and making sure that the reader gets your sentiment. As an author, I'm sure many of us sitting here have some ideas of this sort and, you know, to bring more stories out, to spread more awareness about the army. What would your tips and what has your experience taught you in conveying the exact emotion and sentiment as you feel to your reader?
See, what we do with heroes or just any stories, even if you're writing fiction, is to make the character as real as you can make him or her. So to do that, I think one of the basic rules is don't hide their faults. None of us is all white or all black. All of us have gray shades. Heroes have those too. They feel scared. They have their negative traits. And not just heroes, for writers here who might be writing fiction. That is a tip that I'd like to give, that if it's a hero, he will also have some drawbacks. Don't hide them. Bring them out, because that is what is going to make him real. He rose above that to achieve whatever act of heroism he did. So that is what we need to appreciate. And for those who are writing fiction, there's a tip that I'd like to give, which I use myself, is that it's good to base people in your stories on characters you have met or known in real life. So you can exaggerate, you can maybe change their the way they look or the way they talk, but let the character be based on, say, there's a character based on your best friend. So when you change the situation, you know exactly how that character will respond in that situation. So that character will take the story forward. And it's a character, jiska character badlega nahi. As people, we don't change. So that's a tip that I'd like to give.
Very useful, and I'm sure all of us have pocketed that. How about you, Neha? What is the tip that you'd like to share in terms of language also? Because as a writer, I'm sure we are conscious of our word choice.
To specifically answer in the authorial journey, as you said, I absolutely agree with, again, Mrs. Rawat, because that's the one thing that I would, I had prepared like a questionnaire, a tentative questionnaire for everybody that I would interview. I would tell them, you give me more things, whatever you want to tell me, but I will kind of lead you. So one of the things I'd ask everybody, what did you not like about him? What did you know? What do you think that he could have worked on? So I agree with you, firstly. Secondly, as an author, I think, I don't know if, I mean, a lot of you who are writing would be aware that there's something known as a book proposal that we do in the beginning, right? And a part of that is to kind of structure the book and tell people or tell your publisher or whatever that this is how I'm going to be writing. Now, I don't know much about fiction, but I would say this about a real story. Since most likely you make the structure, if you make the structure before you've done the research, there may be a good chance that after you're done or you're done with the research or in midway between that time, there will be times that you'll realize that that structure is not working. So don't be afraid of changing the structure, or don't be afraid of letting the story be the hero. And go according to what you think will be best for the story, and not just be like acha abhi ye kar diya hai, abhi I don't feel like changing that anymore. And second thing I would like to say is be aware of your strengths. So like I say, I am not a trained writer. I don't expect my stories to be literary genius, but I think I can tell a story well. So I like to keep my language simple, since you asked. I like to keep my language simple, readable. I think like someone like a 18-year-old, 20-year-old, or even 50 just picks up the book at the airport and reads about it. My aim is towards the end of the book, the person should have a good understanding of either if it was a life that I was talking about, an operation that I was talking about, in the manner that if he's or she's asked, they can narrate. So that's what.
Some very practical tips, thank you, Neha, on simplicity of language and to reach out to more people. Now, coming to reaching out to more people, how about translations? I know, Rachna, your books have been translated in, yes, many languages. Neha, how important both of you would think that translating what you have written in your thoughts in English is important to reach out to a wider audience, and how fair are the translations in, let's say, conveying the sentiment that you had envisaged in your mind?
I think translations are very important because if particularly for the non-fiction that I write, because अगर हमारे heroes की story हैं और हमारे जवान ही नहीं पढ़ पा रहे हैं, तो what is the point in having that story? We have so many soldiers who were heroes. पर अगर हम वो इंग्लिश में ही कहानी सुनाते रहेंगे, it will not reach a large majority that needs to read it, that needs to be inspired by it. And I often, when I put up posts on Instagram, so many times I get these comments saying, do you only write about officers? Are officers the only ones who are brave in battle? Which is very unfortunate that people think that way, but then I have to tell them that soldiers, the officer is a soldier as well. And all soldiers who go to war are brave for me because they all went knowing they might not come back. We create heroes out of a few of them, but actually for me, every single man who went to fight is a brave man. He is a hero for me. And we write about officers more because officers are in charge. They are the ones who are taking those decisions that impact situations and wars and battles, which is why they get to do more than a soldier does, but it doesn't in any way say that the officer is braver than the soldier. So I think translating it and putting it there for people who don't understand English, or my work has been translated in Marathi, in Punjabi, in Assamese also. So I think it gets a wider reach. It's required.
Right. Neha, how about you? Any translations in the offing or anything planned?
Yeah,
In the future?
my first book has also got translated into Hindi, however, no other languages yet. But I agree, I do think that it's very, very important for, especially in India, because we have so many languages here. And, you know, where there are a good chunk of people who read English, but there are many, many people who are very, very passionate about stories, and, you know, the language should not be a barrier, let's say. I wish things were way easier where, at least in physical books it may not be, but you know, at least technologically there are ways in which you can, you know. But having said that, like similarly what Mrs. Rawat said, you have so many soldiers who want to read, and I have always believed, very inherently believed in the power of inspirational stories. When you read about something, when you hear about something, it definitely uplifts you also, and it does inspire you to do, you know, more than what you've been doing. And I guess it's a little unfortunate if we only, you know, extend that to just English-speaking population, I guess. Yes, so translation, it definitely goes a long way in getting your story out, for sure.
Right, and here's hoping that we have many more translations of both their books. Now, moving on to army life, and since all of, you know, both of you are army kids and army wives and have been in the ecosystem for a long time, bonhomie and camaraderie and helpfulness and family life, you know, extending help to each other, neighborly love, all these are qualities that we have all grown up on. What are the other aspects that appeal to you about being in the army, being an army wife? Since we are in a platform curated by AWWA, what are some of the qualities that you enjoy the most and would like people to know of?
I was born into the army, I married into the army, so it is the only world I know. I went into the field of journalism, which was entirely different, but I think there is no comparison to the army way of life anywhere. You might be earning millions and millions outside, but the quality of life that we have in the forces, they don't touch that. They can't touch that in any way. And it's that sense of family. The moment you enter the army, it is people. I have so many families now. I have my parents, of course. My dad's no more, but my own family. Then I married into another family, and I was born into the army, so that is one family. My father's unit, I am still a child for them. I can go to any of them, any of my father's colleagues, or even the same battalion, or the fact that you're in the army, that itself makes you family. And then you marry. I married an engineer's officer. My father was a paratrooper, so the paras are my family. The engineers are my family. Olive Green is my family. And then in the wider aspect, the forces are my family, and I'm very, very proud of that family. And I think I went for a literature festival a few years back when people didn't really know my work all that well, and I met General Ved Prakash Malik and Mrs. Malik were there. So I went up to him and I spoke to him. They didn't really know me very well, but I told them my father's from the army, my husband's in the army, and I write books, and he was aware of the books. So I was talking to both of them, and somebody else passed by, and he was speaking with General Malik, and then he said, "Is that your daughter?" So I thought he'll say, "No, she's not." So he said, "Yes, she's my daughter. She's an army daughter." So I was so proud at that moment that I am an army daughter.
That's lovely to know. Neha, you also have a personal anecdote of your wedding where your unit officers, uncles and aunties, they were all there. Would you like to relate that? And in the stream of familial spirit?
No, yeah, so I mean, I mean, at my wedding, I'm coming from an army family, and I was getting married to an army officer, and the army officer I was getting married to was still serving, and still my father's friends and regiments and course-mates were way better represented, and so I used to pull his leg about it for the longest time, that, you know, and he himself used to say this. And beyond the wedding also, I remember going and visiting, you know, you're passing by Agra, you're passing by these when you're going on your postings or even छुट्टियों में. And my mother would insist कि ना इन uncle से मिल लेना, उन auntie से मिल लेना, and they, you know, daddy के coursemate हैं या daddy के regiment. And I would go there, and मेरी नई शादी हुई थी, तो they would, you know, sometimes auntie used to come with a thali and give him shagan and do something for me. And for him it was very new. He's not an army officer's son, so he's like, okay, I understand that there is this whole family, but this is beyond family. And I was like, I mean, I actually expect all this to happen when I come here, and it definitely feels like that. And I don't think that me or my sister have ever felt that. I mean, yeah, we had a big loss to bear with, and we had a big loss to accept in our lives, but the fact that you know, we belonged to this family definitely made the journey easier. You know, when Diksha and I came to, my sister's name is Diksha and I came to Delhi, even the schools that we had to get admitted in, you know, no chacha or mama were there with me. It was my dad's coursemate, you know, who went with my mother and to us 12 and 8-year-olds to get us admitted in schools. And those are the memories that I will always, you know, keep with me. But all of this is, I think, common to us. But you asked what I like aside, or what we liked aside from this. I've, in my journey, at least as a wife in the army, I've definitely seen that, and not just in army officers' wives, even in the wives of all the ORs and JCOs, I've seen that. I've often seen that a new lady, she just gets married, comes into the folds of the army, and that time she's a little, you know, shy. She may be a little, you know, not very confident initially. Too many people and all these functions are happening, and you see them 2-3 years down the line, or sometimes even a year down the line, and they've just changed. They've become very confident. They've groomed themselves. I don't know about everyone else, but I used to really believe in the whole concept of welfare. I was very, very you know, excited about it, because I really saw their journeys, and I would think that it really does help them. So I think we all grow personally also in the army.
On that note, this session, aptly titled Dil Ki Kalam Se, comes to a close, with thanks to our panelists, Rachna and Neha, and to the lovely audience. Good afternoon. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This was absolutely relatable. We could all relate to it. Thank you so much. This was heart-touching. Thank you. Clouds come floating into my life, not to usher rain or storm, but to bring colors to my sunset sky. With this quote by Rabindranath Tagore, we come to the end of day 1 of the first ever AWWA Lit Fest, Abhivekti. Hope to see each one of you tomorrow again, because tomorrow we have loads and loads of amazing events happening. I would just run you through tomorrow's events. We have panel discussion on mythological and historical retellings from women's perspective. We have workshop on creative writing. We have literary quiz. Then we have this panel discussion on getting to know our authors and their work, and also Dastane-Goe, an ancient art of storytelling by Fawzia. So we look forward to see each one of you, and please do tell your friends also to join us tomorrow. It's a weekend. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and participation. Hope each one of you is going back home with literary fervor in your mind. Keep safe, keep smiling, and keep reading. Good evening. Thank you so much.
They're all gone to a mess so that nobody has to cook. Have you ever heard of it?
Yes, what is it?
How many people? My father's she's Paddu and Padina. Rajgopalan, Chennai.
Menu's area. See you, bye.
You heard it, no? Menu's area. No, Menu's area. By Menu's, yes.
अच्छा अपनी तार चेक कर रहे हो
हैंड पे ले लो वीडियो बना दो हैंड पे लेके हैंड पे ले लो कैमरा
हैंड पे लेना
ले लो खत्म हो गया
ये हैंड पे कैसे
अरे हाथ में यहाँ ट्राईपोड से निकाल लो
कोई ऐसे उसका फोन आ गया होगा
किसका
हेलो गाने चेंज करना चलो चेक कर लो तसल्ली से देख लो कुछ लगे तो करवा देंगे ठीक है अरे फालतू नहीं है ये जल्दी के मैं कह रहा हूँ वो कुछ तो नहीं गिरा, जेब अभी भी चेक कर लो, नहीं मिल जाएगा। नहीं कुछ नहीं, यही था अभी कितना बिल्कुल हार्ड का हुआ।
मोबाइल निकाला ना, कर दो पैक करें।
हाँ कर दो, यहाँ पे बना नहीं एक बात हटाओ बाकी कैमरा
कल ये उतार दो।
आप तो बोलो ना, ये बोलो ना उसे हटाएगा अपना।
कल ये उतार दो।
अरे पहले उसको बोलो ये
अपना तंबूरा तो हटाएगा।
रिकॉर्डिंग बंद अभी कल सुबह 10 बजे है, सो 10 o'clock इट विल स्टार्ट, आई थिंक 9:30 तक सारी चीज़ें।
ठीक है।
स्ट्रीमिंग ऑल्सो सेम।
लिंक है ना, दोबारा नया बनेगा क्योंकि वाला और दूसरा बनेगा ना, वो पूछ के बताओ।
ऐसे थोड़ी होता है,
सेम ही होगा।
और क्या, अभी पूरी इंडियन आर्मी को दोबारा आज कहाँ सर्कुलेट करूंगी मैं।
Yeah, I am one of those Anjana Chauhan readers. I don't know whether she's a... Oh, great. Acha, okay. So I've been... Grateful for this. We really enjoyed it. I'm sure it's going to be good. If it's something like Anuja Chauhan, this is going to be great. Thank you. I'm coming for lunch in 3 days. I'm coming for everything because I'm trying to find my feet out in the world of
सही कह रहे हो। और ये
पूरा बॉर्डर पे चल रही, सारे देख रहे होंगे फौजी फाजी बैठे बैठे
तो वही कर मैडम से बात करो,
मिलवा दो इनको, मिलवाओ, जाओ जाओ जाओ। हटाऊँ ये, इसका हटाऊँ, ओकी टोकी क्या नहीं है।
अभी आ रहा हूँ, वाकई में चलती है कल। मैडम से बात कर ले।
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मैडम को सुनवा देगा नहीं, पॉलिटिका की होगा
उसको झाड़ दिए, जिसका जो लड़के ने बुलाया था ना, तो फोन पे झाड़ दिए
मैडम ने।
नहीं तो बदले
लड़के को झाड़ दिया क्यों?
कह रहा भैया आपको पता नहीं स्टॉप पर क्या भाई, मैं बताता हूँ भाई।
अपनी चेक नहीं करोगे?
नहीं वो तार दूसरी थी,
ये भी तो देखो वहाँ कनेक्ट कर रखी है, एक लंबी बनवा लेनी चाहिए।
तार वापस कर देता हूँ।
ये वाली भी अपनी है, हिंदी वाली, ये भी पैक करनी है।
ये वहाँ पे छोड़नी पड़ेगी।
छोड़ दूँ?
यही रहने दो, कोई बात नहीं, कल पे लगानी है।
अरे भीग जाए हमारी सारी सामान।
दे दो वापस।
ओहो
ये ऑफ है ना कैमरा?